Ah, well, it's not like I have to play a role. I won't testify even by mistake that you forced me to come into this abandoned home.
How would you even make that big of a mistake? Forget about custody, they'd arrest me for that. I'd have committed a huge mistake. Anyway, we went straight into the derelict house via the broken by us front door. I think this goes without saying, but we kept our shoes on while manners would have us taking them off. It's not as though an abandoned home had slippers for visitors. The floor was of course not in a state where Ogi, the germaphobe, could walk on it, and stepping on any of the scattered glass or odd scraps of wood and metal could cause injury or worse. Tetanus isn't as far removed a disease from our lives as you might think.
Speaking of tetanus,
Ogi began to ask, walking at a rather leisurely pace down the hall compared to her entry. Her slower speed was due to the lack of electricity, even if the building did have it. Every one of its light bulbs was broken, and the dark interior, as well as our field worker inspecting the area around her as she walked. For my part, nostalgia had me looking around, so I didn't feel that she was going particularly slow.
is the back of your hand that Miss Ikura stabbed? Oh, eerie stuff.
What? Are you worried about me?
Of course I am. How could Oji Oshino, your faithful junior, not be worried about her esteemed senior Araragi? Please be careful. That body doesn't belong to you alone now.
She said, not making any sense. Yet, another form of teasing Ashino's jokes were similar, now that I thought about it. I didn't get their brand of humor. Just how disconnected were they from the rest of the world? No worries, as you know, I have a vampire's constitution. It's already healed up without a scar. Fortunately, in the ensuing commotion, the commotion that was two girls passing out, I was able to fudge whether or not I'd really gotten stabbed with a pen. Senjo Gahara's arrival was a blessing, if you look at it that way.
Or you're that weak of a presence in class. Weak to the point that you can vanish without anyone figuring anything out. I guess you're not that different from 2 years ago in that sense.
Ogi snickered. Maybe she really was making fun of me. Pondering this, I continued. Oikura ended up spending the whole day in the nurse's room. Too bad. Just when she'd finally made it to school. As for Senjo Gahara, she left early. She would have been taken to the nurse's room as well, but when the teacher wasn't looking, she made herself scarce. What was she? A master thief or something?
I see. I can only MS Hanakawa.
You said it, and I went off on this journey through my memories to try to lessen any part of that load, but, well, at least it seems like it won't be in vain. Not that this will leave me feeling great.
I wonder if there's one thing I could say. The theory that Miss Ikura holds a grudge against you because of what happened at the class council 2 years ago probably doesn't hold up. The chances that she mistakenly believes that you brought about her downfall or are the culprit who leaked the test answers are strikingly low. Why, you ask?
Said Oji, amused. Well, I didn't ask. While she hadn't enjoyed the Monty Hall problem all too much, she must have a fundamental love for mysteries and solving them, whether it was this or our earlier time in the classroom. Maybe even her germophobia was the inverse of a personality that loved to take messy situations and give them order. Though you could just call her a mystery nerd. Anyway, her assertion made me want to hear why the chances were low whether or not I was asking.
It's simple. Because she came to school.
What do you mean by that? It was odd, now that she mentioned it. A mystery. Oikura had refused to come to school for 2 years after the majority vote, so why appear out of nowhere today, with 0 warning signs? It was almost as if Oji and I picking up where that meeting left off and pinning down the culprit locked in that classroom had triggered it, but it was a pretty big stretch to claim the two were related. Things happening in a specific order didn't imply causation. It made even less sense than a butterfly flapping its wings and causing a tornado.
What I mean by that, well, Miss Hanakawa said it from the start. Tetsujo sensei went on maternity leave, and Miss Oikura came to school as if to replace her.
Hanakawa did say that. Right, I'd completely forgotten thanks to the commotion that followed.
In other words, Miss Oikura could come to school because Tetsu-sensei is no longer at Noetsu High.
Which means she knows who the culprit was? She knew, or rather, figured it out. During the majority vote, when Tetsujo raised her hand after the class was asked who thought Oikura had done it, or maybe she only realized during the 2 years she spent shut in at home, as she put it. I didn't know, but essentially she figured out that her homeroom teacher had framed her. Not as if it improved Oikura's situation, if anything, it must have been the reason why she couldn't come to school. If it was me, I doubt I could ever return even if Tetsujo was gone. In that sense, she was tough mentally.
Tough! I don't know. It looks to me like she's bullying herself and enjoying it.
Bullying herself?
She's so weak. A heavyweight weakling, even. She tries to put herself in bad situations, intentionally driving herself into corners. And isn't there any one thing she could want from that? You might even call it a roundabout suicide. No matter how awful things get, maybe they aren't ruinous enough for her.
Obi said nastily. I guess she could be this biting about Oikura because they'd never met. But then again, this was Ogi. She might say the exact same thing to Oikura's face. Even in the face of someone so weak, who'd crumble at a touch, she might refuse to ease up, saying, "Fool."
In any case, what we do know is that Miss Oikura has never given voice to her grudges or hatred for you in relation to the class council.
Never given voice to her hatred. What was she doing making it sound so romantic? But true, even if the class council transformed her personality and temperament, it wasn't her immediate reason for hating me. That's what Oji meant. Because as far as that went, Oikura hated me from the day we met in year 1 class 3. She hated me like you'd hate a homewrecker.
She hates water that thinks it made itself boil, was it? She says the most interesting things. In other words, Miss Oikura simply couldn't stand the way you live, not knowing, even forgetting your roots. But when you really dig into it, that seems odd too. Plenty of people forget about the past. Like I was saying, I've lost most of my elementary school self to oblivion, to the point that I wonder if I was born just recently and don't have any past at all.
Born just recently? What, like the 5-minute hypothesis?
So then why does Miss Oikura hate only you, like you're some sort of homewrecker? How strange, how unusual, how weird, suspicious, how frightening.
Frightening?
Yes, due to the difference.
Obi said, enjoying every moment of this. She couldn't actually be frightened, but indeed people who hate you and attack you for no good reason are the scariest thing in the world. If you don't understand their goal, you can't deal with them in order to fight. You must first know what your opponent considers just. What Sadachi Aikura thought was right, what she believed was right. This trip was in part to figure that out.
But be careful. While you can't fight without understanding what your opponent considers just, you'll be unable to fight if you start believing that justice is on their side. If you think they're no less right or righter than you, it's too late. How do you fight then? Speechless? Are you thinking you'd be fine, even if that happened? Or have you already understood what Miss Oikura considers just and lost the will to fight?
I wouldn't say that. I understood something. A mistake that Koyomi Araragi made that might be the flip side of Oikura's righteousness. My own mistake. I couldn't be certain yet, couldn't claim to have remembered it all. Or to have a perfect understanding of what she was trying to say. I'd have to reach the deepest part of this derelict house to grasp that. That's where it was, my truth. It had to be. The prologue and epilogue that needed to be told of my tale. Certainly not a monologue, but a dialogue with her.
We should have brought a flashlight.
Ogi griped in response to my silence as she began walking again.
I'd have brought my set of fieldwork tools if I had the time. Since we came straight from school, all I have are my cosmetics.
Isn't it against the rules to have cosmetics with you?
Well, I've only just transferred. I don't know the rules yet, you see.
Ogi's plan, as she spouted her convenient logic, must have been to keep on searching. But there was no need. Climbing the stairs and looking at a certain room on the second floor would suffice. When I made my way up the perilous stairs, which threatened to collapse underfoot, and entered the room. I was already certain.
Yikes! This one looks just as terrible on the inside. I know you called this building a haunted house, but that's literally what this place is.
Ogi dispraised, holding a handkerchief to her mouth. Maybe it was too dusty. She seemed truly revolted.
But dilapidated as it is, you can see signs of repair, rubber tape on the broken windows, putty on the cracks in the wall. The management's earning their keep, or maybe there was a time when they did.
Beats me. Even if someone did some work on this place, it was management that existed before I started showing up here. The windows already looked like this by the time I came by.
Is that so?
Yeah. In that sense, this place is exactly like it was 5 years ago. Unchanged. As if time has stopped. Like the classroom we'd wandered into the day before. Actually, no. The dust and stagnant air that Oji hated so much spoke to the passage of time. It wasn't as if time had really stopped like with that supernatural phenomenon. But coming here instantly transported my heart and mind back by 5 years. It felt more like traveling through time than actual time travel did. See the low small table over there? We used it.
You used it? How? As a chair?
No.
I don't really get this to begin with.
Even if the low table was a chair, Oji didn't want to use any that who knows who had sat in. She'd never perch on a table covered in splinters and a thin layer of grime. If she moved stuff around with her feet, she could make a place on the floor to sit like I used to, but even I thought it might be unsanitary with so much dust. Would it not have bothered me 5 years ago? Kids can be fearless that way.
Why keep coming back to these ruins every day for an entire summer? Your behavior just doesn't make sense. Were you an adventure-loving grade schooler, or what?
Says the fieldwork-loving high schooler. Of course it doesn't make sense, kids never do. I don't know why. My mindset then was nothing like it is now. That might go for everyone. This wasn't just a difference between children and adults, but between the past and the future. When I look back on this a dozen years later, 18-year-old Koyomi Aragi's behavior would surely seem mysterious. I'd tilt my head and wonder, why talk about myself in a derelict building to a transfer student I'd only just met? Okay, I was already wondering. A real-time mystery. Seriously, why did my tongue get so loose around her? When she asked, I even answered questions I could cover up with a throwaway lie. By the time I noticed, I'd given my answer. Ogi was a good listener, but maybe she was a good interviewer too. Ashino had been an expert talker despite how frivolous he seemed, and I guess his niece took after him. Interviews and hearings must be an important part of fieldwork after all. In any case, I began to tell her about what happened 5 years ago, about who I met and what we did together, about the stuff that Koyomi Araragi was made up of. I told her. I told my tale. 5 years ago. In other words, the kind of person Koyomi Araragi was in his first year of middle school, to be honest. I'm not certain, but I doubt he was as twisted as I am now. A straightforward, pure, earnest, so-called regular kid. The kind of regular kid you can find anywhere. Liar, you might be saying, but really, that's how most children are before they hit their rebellious phase, before their voice changes, and I was no exception. I did of course think I was special, because who doesn't think that about themselves? But in hindsight, yes, I was a plain kid, the kind you can find anywhere. The common child distributed far and wide across Japan. Although young, banal Araragi never imagined he'd be attacked by a vampire and gain immortality if he were to pick out something special about himself. Both of his parents were police officers who made peace, justice, and safety their principles. And it was under their influence that his personality developed, that he was reared. Inevitably, or because his parents' methods were successful up to that point, young Araragi had a relatively strong sense of right and wrong. Yes. As much as I hate to admit it, I was a righteous middle schooler on par with my lovable little sisters who professed to be defenders of justice, though I never had their kind of perilous drive, nor a violent streak, Karen, or a strategic mind, Suki-he. Furthermore, while they operate as a unit, I acted on my own. To compare us to superheroes, they were a team of transforming rangers, while I was like Kamen Rider. I'd love the Fire Sisters a little more if they were at least pretty cures love them more than I should. But in any case, my dispute with the Fire Sisters' activities in the name of justice, the reason I can't help but take a negative view, has at least a little to do with the fact that they remind me of my old self. A case of like repelling, like of blood making you sicker than water, a stew of love and hate. No, maybe it's simple jealousy, that they still believe in the kind of righteousness and justice that vanished in me as a high school freshman. Those two are able to believe that there are things in this world that are right, and just, regardless of perspective, no matter how many people try to say otherwise, still straightforward, pure, and earnest. Unlike me. Very unlike me. I'm sure they'll run into the same wall someday. And when they do, I need to absorb as much of the shock as possible, as their older brother, as their forebear and forerunner. But that was yet to be. I need to be talking about the past. Now, about 5 years ago, back when his parents were still raising their son successfully, young Koyomi Araragi became a middle school student without incident, diligently applying himself to academic pursuits. Yet one day around the time that first term was coming to an end, he found himself a little fretful. Maybe not a little, but quite fretful. The final exam he'd just gotten back indicated less than satisfactory results. They weren't downright tragic, but he could see what it foreshadowed, understood better than anyone else. He was in trouble if this continued. He was in the danger zone. In other words, as he rose from elementary to middle school, so did the level of his courses, and he was starting to have trouble keeping up. Still, midterms had been like an extension of his elementary classes. Once finals rolled around, however, it was as if his courses had finished warming up and started to get serious, especially math. As the name changed from arithmetic to mathematics, the difficulty spiked an incredible degree, and it now stood in young Araragi's way. Today, after having tasted much more of what life has to offer, both the sweet and the bitter, I might brush it off, switch gears, and decide to work harder next term and not take it as some dire omen. But this was 5 years ago, before my personality was twisted. You could say we're talking about a Koyomi Araragi, back when he lacked flexibility. He was in trouble. If this continued, he thought he wouldn't be able to stick to what's right. While not so cornered as to use those precise words, the idea that he wouldn't be able to accomplish the righteous act that is learning was more embarrassing to him than any score. I know I just used the phrase back when his parents were still raising their son successfully, but you could say their methods had failed at this point, doggedly emphasizing what's right might produce a child that does no wrong, but he also can't excuse failure. When he fails, he blames himself more than necessary and has trouble getting back up. That's the kind of child you end up with. And in fact, that's what happened to me during my first year of high school, and here we are. Not that I resent my parents, how could I? Yes, there are still some negative feelings between us. And they're still very worried, but at least they support me now that I've gotten back on my feet thanks to Hanakawa and Senjo Gahara. As far as how they chose to raise their children, they seem to have learned from their mistakes and made course corrections for my two little sisters, so why say anything now? But how did my righteousness-revering heart not break until July 15th of my first year in high school? How did my poor score not shatter it to pieces during my first year of middle school? It was because my shoe locker contained 3 envelopes as I left school. A, B, C. Like that. 3 envelopes marked with handwritten alphabetic letters. Please don't condemn him for this, but young Araragi thought they were love letters at first. He thought his box contained 3 love letters. Look at that, he thought. The girls love me, such is the mind of a first-year middle schooler. Despite the presence of the first 3 letters of the alphabet, it was enough to make him forget about his poor score for a moment. But then he noticed that the 3 markings and the to Araragi had the same handwriting, belonging to one person. He tilted his head. Why would anyone leave 3 letters in his shoebox? There was no logical reason, which is to say, this situation was far from right, and he was confused. His confusion only lasted until he opened the envelope. After reading the note found therein, he saw that it was some sort of quiz. I didn't know about the Monty Hall problem then, but when it was thrust upon me, it piqued my interest. My interest, or maybe my curiosity. After thinking it over a bit, I opened envelope C. I hadn't changed my selection from A to C after calculating the probabilities and determining that it was the optimal choice. Young Araragi was no genius. I just had the vague notion that if someone gave me this problem, changing my answer seemed like the right thing to do. I opened envelope C as if I were following the questioner's intent. The quiz could betray that authorial intent, as the real Monty Hall problem did, and my reasoning may not have been praiseworthy, but ultimately I made the right choice. You could also say it didn't matter either way. Unable to keep myself from opening both envelopes in the end, I'd have headed to the location indicated on the map in envelope C, no matter what. Why obey the instructions in a letter from an unknown sender and take a detour on my way home from school? I have no logical explanation for my unsafe decision. Thinking about it now, I probably should have ignored such a bizarre piece of correspondence. But Koyomi Araragi wanted to know. It was curiosity. He was curious about the curious. He had a love for it. It's not as if he knew the intent behind the quiz or what the missive meant yet. That was the exact reason he wanted to know. The intent, the meaning. His youthful intellectual curiosity led him to an abandoned home in a residential development, a new area for him, so young Araragi had no idea such ruins were hidden within. Its appearance frightened him, of course. He wanted to leave at once. The ruins were irrationally scary. No sign reading, no trespassing hung there, but he still thought it was a place he shouldn't enter. An abandoned building wouldn't scare me these days, now that I've gotten used to that former cram school. But this was a first-year middle schooler. Young Araragi didn't have the mental fortitude to endure such a solo test of courage. As a boy who revered righteousness and believed in justice, he hated evil and wouldn't hesitate to battle it, I now blush to recall. At the same time, he didn't have the strength of heart to face his fear or this darkness. The boy who claimed that right was unconditionally right also found the scary to be unconditionally scary. The story would end there, had he gone home, but that's not what happened. Very fortunately for me.
You came, Araragi.
And a lone girl appeared from the ruins. She appeared.
If you're here, does that mean you solved the quiz?
He was silent because he was stunned. For a sweet young girl to emerge from a crumbling abandoned building was such a fantastic, even perverted sight that it felt unreal to him, leaving him speechless. Had he wandered into another dimension? He even wondered. The girl seemed fragile to the point of transparency, like a ghost. And that's why Koyomi Araragi decided to call the abandoned home a haunted house. The question, Sure enough, forgetting even to keep up any childish appearances, I gave this girl, who seemed to be the letter's sender, an honest answer. I didn't solve it. I changed my answer, but I don't know why C was right.
I see.
The girl didn't seem disappointed to hear that I'd answered based on a hunch. She only smiled. She looked so happy as she smiled.
Then we can start by analyzing the problem. Come in, Araragi.
What?
Let's study. Why don't we get smarter together?
Comical, in a way. What a silly memory. I declare it to be nothing but the product of your delusions. If you weren't the lord and master of Miss Kanbara, who I'm a big fan of.
Listen, call my memories silly if you want, but in exchange, retract the product of Kanbaru's delusions that you just repeated about me being her lord and master. She and I have a healthy, wholesome junior-senior relationship.
Heh, is that so? I'd like my relationship with you to be that way too. What were we talking about again? To summarize, a ghost girl who came creeping and crawling out of this derelict house sent you the letters.
No, that's not it at all. I didn't have anything to do with aberrations until spring break between my second and third years of high school, when I was attacked by a vampire. This was a living, breathing human being, not a ghost. She hadn't materialized on the spot, she just showed up before me and decided to wait inside. A failure as a narrator, I'd spoken in a misleading way. I would have figured it out with a closer look. Wait, no, I think I knew on first glance. I mean, she wore MS 701's uniform, the school we just came from.
A school uniform? Oh, but now that you mention it, you did say that a first-year middle schooler sent the letters, which would mean that you and this girl were classmates.
Yes, it would. Yes, that's what it should mean probably.
You're saying you made a girl wait for you here in this derelict house? You were one bad boy, even back then. What a lady kill.
Ogi teased me offhand. I wish she'd put a little more effort into it if she was going to.
Were those envelopes love letters? After all, was it a sly strategy by this girl to lure you to remote location and deliver you a glorious confession?
Glorious? What a bizarre way to put it. I couldn't even tell if she was being facetious. It wasn't a love letter, and of course, it wasn't a sly strategy either. Classmate or not, I was only meeting her for the first time. It's not like we had any kind of interaction before that.
There's no law against sending a love letter to someone you haven't interacted with. If anything, they tend to get sent to people you don't know all that well. But I suppose it'd be an odd love letter using some sort of math problem to attract someone's interest.
Yeah, and that wasn't it at all. According to her, she sent letters to multiple other people. I was the only one to show up at the meeting spot.
The only one brazen enough.
Brazen? Well, I guess so. Aloof might have been the better word. You could say I totally lacked the ability to sense danger. Not only had I come to a derelict home because a letter had sent me there, I entered it because a strange girl invited me in. It was too risky an act for a child. Unsafe and imprudent, and that's being generous, but it's due to these dangerous acts that I am who I am today. At the very least, I'd have started to dislike math if not for that summer. I'd have come to hate it. I doubt I would have been able to enter Naotsu High. Which meant never meeting Hanakawa or Senjogahara. There's no way to know for sure, but I'd probably be a very different person today. That's not something I'd want.
I see. I think I'm starting to get a vague idea of what exactly Miss Oikura wanted to say, but I don't get the full connection yet. I don't want to jump to conclusions. Let me listen to my foolish senior story to the end.
Yeah, you should. The real heart of the story comes next.
Well, why don't you just come out and say it? I promise not to think any less of you for it, even if it was pure intellectual curiosity that got you to waltz up to this derelict house you entered faithfully because this ghost girl was cute, didn't you?
Could you not vulgarize my precious memories? Well, though I raised my voice, Ogi remained undaunted. She was so above it all.
That's just how first-year middle school boys are. All you cared about was that this girl was cute. I'm not conceding this point to you. Young Araragi would have shown a little more caution otherwise. If it was a brawny bandit of a man who'd come out, would you have followed him in?
A brawny bandit? I'd run away like mad whatever the context is.
So, was this ghost girl cute? Most boys wouldn't stand a chance against a cute girl telling them let's study and get smarter together. And that's what happened, right? I can tell you're trying to make it sound like either a heartwarming or a scary story, but in any case, this girl was sweet. End of story. Yes?
Fine. I'll admit that wasn't completely out of the picture, so please leave it at that. It felt like my memories had been sullied, but then again, it's not like she could really sully or do much else to a memory I'd forgotten until a few moments ago. But allow me to insist for the sake of my former self's honor, I was also drawn to what she said about analyzing the problem. The letter was perfectly in tune with my tastes that way, to the point that I could hardly believe that anyone could ignore it.
Hardly believe, huh? I probably would have ignored it. Whatever the case, let's hear the rest of your story about your fateful summer escapade, about the rest of your secret rendezvous with this mysterious girl.
Her word choice, escapade, gave me pause, and secret rendezvous bothered me even more. Yes, maybe they described what happened, but I never thought of it in such furtive terms, nor felt ashamed or guilty about any of it. And that's why. The right term for my meetings with the girl, which began that day, would be study session.
And so, your chances of getting it right are higher if you switch from envelope A to envelope C. Twice as high. They call this the Monty Hall problem.
This is fun. That was my reaction the first time since elementary school that I felt like studying could be fun. Even if getting good grades was the right thing to do, I wasn't having any fun. Sure, getting a 90 made me happier than getting an 80, but it just wasn't the same. Listening to her explanation, I discovered that studying could be fun, and that seemed far more valuable than anything else I'd been learning. This, of course, had to be in part because of how skilled the girl was at teaching. Conveying a problem whose solution is at odds with our intuition, like the Monty Hall puzzle, is difficult. Take how I tried and failed with Ogi, for instance. This is fun. Yes, this was before I grew bitter, before I gave up, before I washed out, back when I was straightforward. I was more affable than I am now, but not the type to be so honest about his feelings with a stranger. I must have found it just that fun. It was shocking. It's okay for studying to be fun. The idea had never occurred to me. I would have found it immoral, somehow criminal. If you ask police officers devoted to justice, one of my parents, or someone else, it doesn't matter why they carried out their duties, they'd get bashed for replying, because it's fun. If a politician whose actions affect a nation said politics is fun, the remark could even be used to force a resignation. Likewise, you should never say that studying is fun. I thought it was forbidden. But in fact, the girl's explanation was fun, so much so that I wanted to scream. It was like the first time I ever read a novel. I'd vaguely seen comics as fun and novels as serious, and having my ignorance shattered was refreshing. Of course, the Monty Hall problem wouldn't show up in a middle school math class, so it wasn't directly connected to my coursework. That didn't matter, though. Are there any more problems like that?
Yup, lots of them. I can teach you as many as you want, as long as you promise to love math even more, as long as you keep loving math.
I was happy. Her words made me happy. To be clear, young Araragi was close to hating math after receiving those miserable results on his final exam. He nearly hated this new subject, nothing like the arithmetic he so excelled at in elementary school, but that was all wiped clean from his mind. He even felt as though he'd loved math since he was born, ceaselessly. It was a bit extreme, even for a child's thoughts. I'll admit that myself. I might have chewed out any guy who flip-flopped like that, whether or not he tried to hide it. Meanwhile, the girl didn't look bothered in the least when I swore to unconditionally love math.
Okay then, starting tomorrow, let's keep on studying here together.
I could keep on loving math. To jump to the end of this story, I upheld my vow. Even after my grades plunged to a washouts at Naotsu High, I maintained at least a certain standard in math. But I'd forgotten my all-important vow until just now. I'd forgotten the cause producing only effect. What to make of that?
It's getting late, Araragi, so I'll just give you some homework. Think about it on your own, come up with an answer, and return here on your way home from school tomorrow.
Huh? Oh, okay. My faint disappointment that today was coming to an end was overshadowed by excitement. There was not only a tomorrow, there would be many tomorrows.
It's a promise! Promise you'll come, that you won't get bored of math.
Yeah, I get it,
Then here's your question.
the girl said, pulling 5 cards out of her pocket. It seemed she had prepared this homework for young Araragi in advance. There seemed to be numbers, symbols, letters, and kanji characters on both sides of the cards. Without showing them to young Araragi, the girl lined them up on the floor of the derelict house.
There are 5 cards here. What is the minimum number of cards you have to flip in order to prove that a number is always on the opposite side of a card showing a character?
I've heard that question before. But what was the answer? I've forgotten. I want to say that what's important here is that a character doesn't always have to be on the flip side of a card showing a number. It didn't interest me too much, but did the question shatter your heart into pieces yet again? Did it send a second arrow through your first-year middle schooler heart?
Do you have to put it that way? Well, she was right. If she wanted to call it a second arrow, that's exactly what it was. Now that I had my homework, I went home and thought about the problem as promised. The joy I felt when I came up with the answer drove me even further into joyful obsession. To put it simply, I'd become a slave to math.
A slave you? I was expecting a story of a gentle romance from your early days, but I see the ground has shifted. This is starting to sound like a manga ad for a massive test prep company.
If you want to be objective about it, I was basically going to cram school. I kept on coming to these ruins from the end of first term all throughout summer break. I kept on studying with the mysterious girl. To be precise, it was more one way than me studying with her. She taught me fun math that didn't have much to do with my coursework. She was also the one to teach me about the most beautiful formula in human history. Eulers and I can still rattle off all of this math, that if we're being honest is useless at school. I hadn't forgotten anything I learned there. I'd forgotten just one thing. The girl who'd taught it to me. It didn't feel like studying to me at all, more like coming to play every day. Honestly, this place was our secret base, or maybe a secret cram school.
Cram school. Which reminds me, wasn't the abandoned building where my uncle lived for a while a former cram school?
Yeah, it managed to stay afloat until a few years ago, but sounds like pressure from a corporate chain that moved into town gave it financial troubles until it closed down.
Financial troubles, then after it went down in flames. The building went up in flames. Tragic.
It seemed to me like she'd gone out of her way to play up the tragic aspect.
The same might befall this place someday if it stays abandoned. You do hear about abandoned buildings getting burned down by suspicious fires all the time. Of course, by the looks of it, it might collapse before it goes up in flames. I can't believe you are holding study sessions here almost every day.
Well, yeah, it does seem strange when I look back on it now. We could have used the public library or the school library, lots of other options, but she was fixated on this place. She said she'd only study here. The next day, having solved my homework in my own unique way, though I ended up being right when we compared answers, we met in our room in the derelict house where she set out that rule. While she was usually kind, if also a bit precarious, that was the one time she made me promise sternly there were conditions in order for these study sessions to continue. 3 conditions, one of them being that they'd take place here in the farthest room of the second floor of this derelict house.
3 conditions. Hey now, that wasn't the deal. I mean, didn't she offer just the day before to teach young Araragi to his heart's contentory? There's no consistency here. The whole narrative's falling apart.
You really are a nitpicker, aren't you? Sure, looking back on it now, you're right. Not one of the points in your little lecture is wrong. But isn't it a very human thing to add on conditions? To repeat, she was a middle school first year, someone in the same class as me, not any kind of officially licensed cram school instructor, so tacking on extra conditions didn't put her in violation of any code of ethics.
Is that so? Well, and the other 2? That you'd pay her a fee, the way you're paying Miss Senjogahara and Miss Hanekawa every...
Don't spread fake rumors. I'm not paying a monthly fee to Senjogahara or Hanekawa.
Ah, right. I guess Miss Senjogahara's stance is that she won't seek anything in return. I'm sure Miss Hanekawa is the same way.
Actually, why did she know this about Senjogahara and Hanekawa when she'd never met them, even supposing she'd heard about them from Ashino or Kanbari?
Funny how you're so insistent that you don't pay them. It'd be even funnier if you said, I pay them in gratitude.
So the second condition is that we'd keep our study sessions here a secret between us. That we wouldn't tell anyone. As for the third condition, don't ask my name, don't try to find out who I am. Don't ask me anything except about math. That was it.
What was she? The math fairy.
Well, I couldn't blame her. Not only had I been captivated by her aura, I'd been enchanted by math and how fun it was. I didn't see it quite in the same way as Oji, but when you boiled it down, it did sound like a fairy tale. The girl spoke and acted like someone from a dream world disconnected from ours.
Did you ask why she was giving you these conditions? Why your secret meetings had to take place in this dilapidated house? Or why you couldn't tell anyone else about your study sessions? Or why you shouldn't look into her true identity? You must have asked.
To listen to Ogi, no investigator worth her salt would be so amiss, but my unfortunate self, Koyomi RV, was no investigator. That went against condition 3. Don't ask me anything. That's why I didn't ask. I accepted the conditions, no ifs, ands, or buts.
Studying math and logic puzzles without. You're the type who walks straight into scams, I bet.
But I can also say that the girl never demanded anything else. Really, not a thing. Just the 3 conditions, along with what she said at the beginning. She never wanted anything like a private tutoring fee or a monthly payment or tuition. I felt bad about her, just teaching me and never doing anything in return, so I brought her some snacks. One day, but she wouldn't even allow me to offer them to her. I'm not doing this because I want to be rewarded. You see, all I want is for you to love math, Araragi. There's nothing I want but that. I'm glad I'm getting to teach you math, so please, don't stop loving math. That's what she said.
You're only making her sound more like the math fairy, or maybe less of a test prep. Add in more of a manga guide to learning math. Oh, or could it be a science-minded mystery full of math-based tricks?
This story doesn't pass muster as a science-minded mystery, does it? It's too illogical. The study sessions end up coming to a sudden end, one day 2 leaving behind unsolved mysteries.
They never got solved.
If anything, I was only left with more questions. But anyway, I agreed to all the conditions and started coming to these ruins every day.
Every single day, literally.
Every single day. Literally.
Recommending this reputable
Ogi sounded impressed, and in fact, I was surprised by my own actions describing them out loud like this. While I'm devoted to studying for my entrance exams, I'm still not as fervent about my studies as I was then. Strictly speaking, of course, our sessions weren't my studies. It was more the kind of trivia a middle schooler loves than it was math, making me a bit like a game-obsessed kid. Karen and Tsukihi, the Fire Sisters, though they weren't called that at the time, both being in elementary school, even complained that I stopped being as friendly once I started middle school and didn't play with them anymore. That aspect of our poor sibling relationship was improving lately, but while I chalked up its deterioration to a typical shift in attitude between elementary and middle school, now that I considered it, the sudden unfriendliness might have been due to the fact that I'd silently gone off somewhere every day that summer. It seemed likely, which meant that at the time, I was so engrossed in math that I couldn't be bothered with anything else, even my own family.
Your story starts to take on a new light if you weren't considerate of your own surroundings, if it got so bad that it'd have a negative effect on your regular life. At the very least, it'd be more of a ghost story than a heartwarming tale. Were you okay? Well, of course you were okay. Otherwise you wouldn't be here talking to me now.
If it kept on going, then who knows? But like I said earlier, these study sessions came to a sudden end, one day.
An end.
Yes, an abrupt end, on the last day of summer break. I visited this place like always, but young Araragi visited the derelict house like always, but that day, the girl who never failed to arrive before him, so she could finish preparing for their session, wasn't there. That day, for the first time, young Araragi found this a little odd, of course, but interpreted the situation in an idyllic manner. Well, he thought given enough meetings, this was bound to happen sooner or later. He sat and waited for the girl. No doubt, he optimistically believed, the math she was teaching him today took a long time to prepare, hence her tardiness. He even grew excited, but no matter how much time passed, no matter how long he waited, she wouldn't come. Only after the sun had set did young Araragi belatedly begin searching the home, but she was nowhere to be found. She wasn't hiding somewhere to scare him. He ended up returning to the room, the farthest one on the second floor, and spent the final night of his summer break there. Raised by his parents to accept correctness as one of his principles, he was staying the night away from home without permission for the first time, sadly to no avail. His unauthorized sleepover left him empty-handed. Morning came, but she did not come. Young Araragi needed to go to school, so he had no choice but to leave the derelict house behind. Of course, once the start of term ceremony ended, he'd stop by his home, then return to the ruins before the day was out. That was his plan, but he had the vague feeling that it would be futile. Because during his night there, he found an envelope beneath the low table. An envelope, sloppily scotch-taped to the backside of the low table where young Araragi and the mysterious girl studied. An envelope that resembled the ones that had been deposited in his shoe locker. Studies reasoned to Stalin of a low table, where young Araragi and the mysterious girl studied. And no letters were written on the front, nor was it addressed or signed. The same envelope, but blank, and it was empty too. Just like the B envelope from before, it was empty. A wrong answer. He wasn't so wise a boy as to take its meaning. Or perhaps it had no meaning at all. But Koyomi Araragi, first-year middle schooler, had a thought. It's over. I won't be learning any more math from her here. Such was his suspicion, and indeed I was right. Not only did I revisit the empty home that day, I continued to do so on days after that, just as I'd promised and at the time I'd promised, but she never came to teach me about how fun math could be. I kept up my visits, stubbornly, persistently. But at some point I ceased to. If any one thing made me stop, it might have been the realization that the girl didn't seem to be one of my classmates. Based on the third condition, I didn't look into her identity for quite a while after she vanished, but I came to the end of my rope at last and began investigating the other classes. As someone without any sort of a network, of course, it was a passive investigation that involved sneaking peeks into other classes. But the girl I'd met for so many hours, one summer, was neither a classman nor even an upperclassman. She wore a MS 701 uniform she had on a first-year's pin, and those letters had been placed in my shoe locker, so I'd assumed that she was a classmate, but given the fact she wasn't there at school, perhaps she'd been an outsider. Not just from outside my school. For all I knew, she'd come from outside this world. A ghost in a haunted house. I didn't really think that, but it was as if her entire existence had vanished. And young Araragi, yes, it made him quiver. He was scared. That probably was when she began to scare him. Thus, he stopped going near the abandoned home. Thus, he forgot about her. But the one thing he didn't forget was the math he learned from her there, and young Aragi's grades began to rally after second term, supported most of all by his math scores. In other words, his life had reverted to the state it was in before he started visiting the rundown home. Nothing had changed in the long run, but one thing was different for certain. For the most part, young Araragi kept up his steadfast pursuit of the right, and just at times going overboard and facing terrible repercussions for it. But when it came to math and math alone, he pursued fun. If not for that foundation. Once that class council meeting shattered his sense of justice, most likely there'd have been nothing left of his heart. Math could be fun, life could be fun. The world could be fun. It's because she taught him this that I am who I am today. I was made up of that summer.
Ha! Wait, but to cut to the chase, that mysterious girl is Miss Ikura, right?
Ogi's casual comment summarized so much that she had all but ruined my story. She checked her watch as she spoke. As a girl, she might have a curfew, but as a proud mystery fan, you'd think she'd be a little more proper in presenting the solution.
Hold on, you can't call it the solution. If anything, I'd call it excessive misdirection if the girl is anyone but Miss Oikura. It'd be labeled unfair, though it'd be fun in its own way if it turned out to be me. I said not to tell anyone. You broke our promise to keep those study sessions a secret. You know, like the Snow Woman.
Not that I had any reason to keep upholding the conditions, now that the study sessions had come to a unilateral end, but it did feel a little weird that I'd told her all of this. Which meant her remark didn't sound all that funny to me. Of course, it goes without saying that the girl was an OG. Her smile looked nothing like the girl's.
Well, you wouldn't tell me when I asked about her look, so I did think she had to be an established character. You'd be giving it away if you described her outward appearance.
I see. She got to engage in something resembling deduction still. You'd be hard-pressed to call it mystery solving.
Though it'd be so interesting if the girl was Miss Senjo Gahara.
Nope, it wouldn't be. Unfortunately, Senjo Gahara was busy being a track athlete back then and didn't have the spare time to teach me, a student at another school. All she could say about that summer was how much she ran. In that case, OG, how do you explain the girl Young Kura not being at public middle school number 701 after summer break? How do you prove she wasn't the math fairy?
Well, it'd be pretty tough work proving the non-existence of fairies. You don't have to use a theory as fantastic as that to explain why she was nowhere to be found at your middle school once second term started. She transferred, and it's because she transferred that no matter how hard you searched, peeking even into the classrooms of your upperclassmen, you couldn't find her. It also explains why she never showed up again for your study sessions. It's far more likely than the possibility that a student from another school had been wearing your school's uniform, though that be the case with a Senjo Gahara theory, or a student from another school sneaking in and dropping letters into random shoe cupboards. But there's one hole in this line of inference, isn't there?
Ogi put the point on the table herself before I could point it out.
Miss Oikura and you had already been classmates the way you've described things until now. You only met her for the first time after entering Naotsu High. You said she hated you from the day you first met in Year 1, Class 3. Was that some kind of narrative trick where you meant the first time you met in that classroom, but not the first time in general?
Asked Ogi with a grin, but she was still showing quite a lot of consideration to her senior by interpreting it that way. The truth was different, simpler by much, and easy to understand. You couldn't even begin to call it a trick. I only thought it was our first meeting. In other words, I had totally forgotten about young Akira, forgotten who I had to thank for being good at math, forgotten how indebted I was to her, and I treated her as a regular classmate. So of course, she hated me. Calling me ungrateful here would be generous. She had to have remembered me, and then my ungrateful self went and snatched a perfect score from under her, making her hate me all the more. I hate water that thinks it made itself boil. Yes, indeed, I was water, terrible, conceited water. I thought I was somehow good at math when I wouldn't be the person I am now if I never spent that summer with Oikura. She was saying that everything I am today is thanks to math, even the fact I'm dating Senjo Gahara. But maybe she wanted to say it's thanks to her. Thanks to her. The empty compliment I'd given her. I really did have her to thank.
She likes happy people, I said, but she hates people who don't know why they're happy. Was that it? Oh, and what else? She hates people who don't know what they're made up of.
In any case, I had a lot to think about, and a lot to reflect on. I felt a lot of regret. But at the same time, part of me felt like it was all in the past. And it was. More than 2 years ago, add 3 more years. Remembering them now wasn't going to change the present, however. I need to apologize to Otyura tomorrow. I'm sure that won't make her stop hating and start liking me, and it probably won't make her feel better, but I need to apologize, so I will.
Oh, you seem a little reluctant.
Sure. It's not like I don't have some complaints of my own. Even if she had to transfer schools or whatever, she could have at least said something before she left. How could she not even say goodbye? It's not like she was Mimoshino. How am I supposed to figure anything out from an empty envelope? And if she'd said something when we met again in year 1 class 3, I'd have remembered everything on the spot. Telling me now, after all this time, too late. I couldn't help but feel that way. While I knew it was cruel to attack Oikura, I found it hard to overlook all of my festering discontent. Not when I thought about the high school life we could have enjoyed. We'd lost out, I couldn't help but feel. Had I known, I couldn't stop myself from thinking, even that class council meeting might not have ended the way it did.
When you met again, I was the girl from back then, Araragi. It's so nice to see you. Oh, did you really forget about me? Come on, you're the worst, oh, you. Talk about cold-hearted. But that's just what I love the XX about you. If she said something like that,
I've never met any character on that sublime a level in the world of this story.
well, in that case...
And then, Ogi's expression suddenly turned from cheeky to solemn.
Maybe you should think about why she didn't say that.
Huh?
And why she left without saying a thing. You need to think about that too. If you don't, and you apologize tomorrow, you might only make the situation worse.
Ogi's tone seemed oddly certain despite her use of the word might.
If you can't figure it out, then you need to keep thinking. You need to solve anything that seems ambiguous. Nothing angers a victim more than an empty apology. After all...
Victim? Come on, Ogi. Give me a break, don't you think that's going a little far? Sure, I committed an unthinkable social faux pas in forgetting about someone who did a lot for me, but I wouldn't say I victimized her.
You're right. You didn't do anything wrong. You're just a fool. A hopelessly hopeless fool.
Ogi sneered at my confusion. If that was the sort of smile you bestowed on a fool, perhaps it was far too kind. Ogi, what exactly are you saying, you know?
I don't know anything. You're the one who knows Araragi-senpai.
Me? Something I knew? Something I was forgetting.
I think we ought to borrow a page from Miss Oikura's younger days and treat ourselves to a quiz. Here's your problem.
Ogi put up a finger like she was some kind of TV host. No, maybe like she was some famous detective. As a proud mystery fan, she did have that much down.
Sodachi Ayukura hates Koyomi Araragi. This is because Koyomi Araragi failed to meet Sodachi Oikura's expectations, and so she transferred schools without saying a word to him. Now, what exactly did Sodachi Oikura hope to get from Koyomi Araragi?
What did she hope to get from me?
A hint. It involves your parents' profession. You have 120 seconds.
2 minutes. In other words, way too short a time. Then again, I could be given 2 years, the same amount of time Oikura spent depressed, and still not come up with an answer.
Basically, Miss Oikura wanted something in return for, how would you put it, teaching you how fun or whatever math could be.
2 minutes later, Ogi divulged the solution without giving me a single second of extra time. Just how antsy was she to go home? In return?
Yes, of all the things Miss Senjogahara did or said, that bothered Miss Oikura the most, didn't it? She's teaching you without seeking anything in return. This irritated the girl who once conducted study sessions with you.
Enough to make her get physical.
Don't tell me you actually believed her, that she'd be happy so long as you loved math and kept loving it forever. It's something a fairy would say. What was it? She turned down the snacks you brought her to show your gratitude. But if you read into that, perhaps she wouldn't accept them because she needed more from you in return. Then some snacks. Seems like you couldn't look at yourself objectively once your eyes were open to how much fun math could be. But from an outside perspective, those envelopes at the beginning were suspicious. They smell like a trap.
A trap. Or, I guess, a baited hook, Ogi continued.
Sending letters to other students, but you being the only one to show up was a lie. A total fibbic, actually. She wanted to reel you in and no one else. Doesn't it seem hard to believe that you were the only one to bite if she sent letters to multiple people?
Hard to believe? Okay, maybe it's conceited to think that I'm special, but it seems possible. In terms of probability.
In terms of probability, you are special. Without a doubt. We'll talk about how you're special later, but she targeted you alone precisely because you're special. If young boy Koro wanted to invite more people to her study sessions, she would have kept casting her lines, don't you think? There should have been ways for her to promote them even after summer break began. Yet no one but you showed up all summer. What does that mean? What does it mean if you two were alone the entire time?
So that was her line of reasoning. Refuting it was difficult. I couldn't deny it. She was probably right. Had Oikura picked her targets and planted letters for all of them, it'd be strange for her plan to have worked only on me. To begin with, it was hard to imagine a large study session getting together at this abandoned home, in this room. From the very start, I was to be the only participant. That's what she ran. That's what the young girl planned.
Miss Oikura knew your math grades were falling, so she must have played to that and platters that would interest you in your shoebox. A math problem for a boy thinking about how he needed to do something about his math score. I'd say that's a good lure.
In that case, what does that say about me for waltzing in here? Oikura met me with a smile, but she might have been trying to stifle a laugh. It had all worked on me so perfectly.
No, it didn't work on you perfectly. Turns out making other people act exactly according to plan is hard. Personally, I'd say that while you're a fool, Miss Oikura is quite the fool herself.
In short, the real world doesn't work as neatly as math does, Ogi said. The kind of line a math hater relishes. I wanted to argue the point as a math lover, but I had to keep quiet here. Indeed, I didn't know what Oikura wanted from me in return back then. I didn't have the first idea what she'd tried to make me do. Ogi looked at me, satisfied, then spoke again.
But if I had to say which of you was the bigger fool, it would have to be you, because if not for your misunderstanding, I doubt any of this would be happening.
My misunderstanding?
That said, your future might have turned out differently if not for your misunderstanding. You might not be getting along with Miss Hanakawara the way you are now, so maybe it was a good outcome for you. In that sense, you had great foresight, so don't feel down.
Ogi comforted me. Not that I could tell if she was comforting me or insulting me. All I knew was that I didn't have any foresight at all. Oh gee, there's no need to console me, just say it. What kind of misunderstanding was there on my part? 5 years ago.
Tell me, you're quite familiar with the ruins of the cram school in this town where my uncle, Meme Oshino, once lived.
Yeah, of course. I told you I even stayed the night there.
You also said something else. This abandoned home is just about as run down as those ruins, right?
Yeah, and?
Don't you find that strange? Why would a cram school, freshly abandoned as of just a few years ago, look just as rundown as a home that had already fallen into disuse 5 years ago?
Huh? Well, that's... Was that strange? Yes, it was. The abandoned school and abandoned home shared something in common, which was that they were deteriorating, unoccupied buildings. But it seemed strange that they'd age in such different ways, at such different speeds. This house had already been abandoned 5 years ago. It should have deteriorated far worse over the last 5 years, but it was in a similar state as a building that had been in operation until just a few years ago, which was impossible. A few years, so 2 or 3 at the most. 5 years, meaning The notion that time had stopped here was mere sentiment. In reality, 5 years had passed, right? The logical conclusion would be that until a few years ago the building we found ourselves in wasn't an abandoned home. But what did that mean? I put my hand over my mouth, so that I wouldn't make any weird noises, so that I wouldn't scream in the face of the truth confronting me. Let's just say, if when I visited this place during my first year of middle school, it hadn't been an abandoned home. This isn't the place I was visiting 5 years ago? The abandoned home where I met with Ikura that summer is in a totally different place.
No, that's not it. We followed a map to come here, remember? The same map as 5 years ago.
Then we'd read the map wrong, and there was no guarantee that the map from 5 years ago was identical to today's. It seemed a little late to say this, but it was also weird that the letters I received 5 years ago were there today. This excuse came to mind, but I didn't give voice to it because I was the expert witness here. I knew for certain that this was the same house I'd visited 5 years ago. Which meant only one thing. This wasn't an abandoned home 5 years ago, and so.
That's right. 5 years ago, this wasn't an abandoned home. That's what you misunderstood. This was Sadachi Ayoikura's home.
What I understood the least, as I had wondered time and time again, was how I'd forgotten about coming here every day for a whole summer 5 years ago. Childhood memories or not, could I really forget a summer that acted as such a major turning point in my life, a piece of it that important? How? I could understand forgetting it as a way to protect my psyche if it was some sort of awful traumatic memory, but it led to me loving math. If anything, it was a positive memory, a positive experience. How had I forgotten it until now? Until this very moment? Because of that, I hadn't noticed that Oikura and I knew each other. I could only see our reunion as a first meeting. If there was any one clear reason for this memory lapse that made sense to me, if there was a reason, paradoxically, it was that the memory hadn't been positive at all, that if I really thought about it, it might in fact become traumatic. A truth I wanted to forget, a reality to be shunned, if that's what existed here. The home Oikura lived in?
It used to have a nameplate, right? Not now, but I think you used to be able to find the character's Oikura there. On what grounds? Well, you found it curious too. Why hold a study session in an abandoned home? The answer is that this wasn't an abandoned home. The answer is that.
No, that's not what I mean. Even if this place hadn't been abandoned 5 years ago, there's no guarantee it was Oikura's home.
Then why did she always get here before you? Don't you find it strange that she never failed to arrive at your meeting place before you? Not even once.
Was it strange? It was, to the point where I wondered why I hadn't noticed. To the point where you could say that I really had noticed and only pretended I hadn't. In which case, I'd have nothing to say for myself.
Miss Oikura was always waiting here because it was her home, of course. You might have been the first to leave school because of how long each of you loitered around your homeroom. But then, most of your study sessions took place during summer break. She came out of this home on the first day because she lived here. And anyway, once we realized this place wasn't abandoned 5 years ago, it only makes sense for it to be her home, or yours if you held your study sessions here. This isn't your address, so we can determine it to be Miss Oikura's home by process of elimination.
The process of elimination again. And not the process of eliminating one option out of 3, eliminating the one wrong option of 2. There was no debating this solution. It was overwhelmingly right. So Oikura invited me to her house. I guess that does feel more like a study session than if we met in an abandoned home, but still. It surprised me to learn that I'd managed to enter a girl's room as a mere first-year middle school boy, but no bittersweet sensation filled me. After all, back then, I didn't think this home was a home. Right. I called it a haunted house, and…
Okay then, I'm sorry to crack the whip just as you're busy being shocked, but we're getting to the most important part of my line of reasoning. 5 years ago, did you think her home was abandoned? Did you think it was a haunted house?
Are you saying I'm misremembering?
No, misunderstanding. I'm pretty sure your memories are correct. You've given specific testimony saying that the windows in this room were already as broken as they are now. So you're not misremembering, you're misunderstanding.
The tape-reinforced windows, the cracked, putty-filled walls, the messy rooms and messy hallways. It wasn't an abandoned home, but it was wrecked to the point that you'd mistake it for one. If this led to a conclusion, if there was a conclusion here you'd want to shun, if it was a home that people lived in at the time, and it was still that wrecked. There was violence in the family. Violence in the family. Domestic abuse. I tried to say it plainly without any emotion, like a TV reporter reading off a script, but I couldn't hold back the visceral revulsion. I now stood in that kind of a home, and it disgusted me. And 5 years ago, I had been hard at work studying here, at the site of a crime, and nothing could stop me from hating myself for it.
That's right.
Meanwhile, Ogi was impressively unemotional. She grinned, then twirled around to take a look at the ruined room, as if the truth she'd arrived at made her feel nothing at all.
You'd have to intentionally destroy a residence for it to be in such a disastrous state that you'd mistake it for an abandoned home, shatter the windows, beat the walls, demolish the furniture. Is the broken intercom broken for the same reason?
A crumbling home, a wrecked home, a broken home. Wounded? A home that could fall apart at any moment. Now I understood. It wasn't an abandoned home, but a right and proper first-year middle schooler who was ignorant about the world and could only think of a home as a peaceful, warm, and comforting place. Foolishly misunderstood it to be abandoned, haunted by ghosts. What was I talking about? How ridiculous. Oikura couldn't have been the one. She wouldn't have invited me to her home if she were perpetrating the violence. So her father? Or her mother?
Even my grey matter can't figure out which of the two it was. But one or the other? No doubt. It takes a whole lot of work to destroy an entire home to this degree. All alone, though.
Ogi blithely offered a terrible thought. The worst part about it was that it sounded completely plausible.
It seems Miss Oikura was brought up in quite the tragic household environment. I guess we can't blame you, snugly raised in your peaceful household, for shoving your memories of an entire summer spent here to the furthest corners and darkest depths of your psyche. If there's any saving grace, it's that the violence was never aimed at Miss Oikura's body, or at least any exposed parts of her skin.
At least, huh? That was far too minuscule a saving grace.
Transferring once second term started also makes sense in that case. Her family, on the verge of crumbling, finally did. This is, of course, groundless speculation, but couldn't Miss Oikura have changed her name then as well? That made the name once found on this home's front plate uncertain. But either way, is that why you thought you were meeting her for the first time when you were reunited in Year 1, Class 3 at Naoetsu High? If you'd been in a same middle school, you should have at least heard her name, interaction or no.
You still ought to have recognized her face, though, Oji said, spreading his arms. This seemed to be her idea of a joke. I wish she wouldn't weave jokes into her deduction, especially in situations like this.
In any case, we can be sure that the Oikura family would have been at its limits back then, and she wanted to do something about it.
Something? Like what?
Something. Anything. That's why she called you here. In other words, that's what she wanted from you in exchange. Even if I'm wrong, it wasn't snacks she was after. In creating a new fan of mathematics, was her method not her goal?
No, hold on a second. Fixing a family crumbling as a result of violence? That's asking too much. What did she expect from a middle school kid? I might have been acting in some fire sisterish ways back then, but at the end of the day, it was basically just child's play.
You've got the order reversed. The Fire Sisters are acting in Koyomish ways.
Well, fine, that's true.
She never expected that much out of you, of course. If she did, she'd probably just ask you for help, instead of going such an indirect route, which is where your parents come in.
My parents.
They're police officers, aren't they? Your honorable parents who showed you what was right. She expected you to report back to them about the state of the Oikuras. If you did, the police would intervene in her domestic situation. To be honest, I don't see that solving anything, but it would be a last-ditch plan to save a family on the verge of collapse.
Why be so roundabout? Just report the situation yourself, an outsider might say. If only things were so easy, domestic violence is abuse that stays within a family, so those on the outside have to make moves from their outside position. Still, I'd been sworn to secrecy by Oikura herself. She said I couldn't tell anyone about our meetings here. My sisters and I even stopped getting along as a result. Why would she say that?
Yes, just like Snow Woman. I think Miss Ikura didn't want to be the one to accuse her family. No matter what, she would feel guilty about exposing. Maybe it was another case of both.
So, she wanted me to tell my parents about the state of her family, but of my own accord. That's what you're saying her plan was? And it was with this plan that she taught me math, not that the idea even made me angry. I didn't have any right to be mad in the first place. Honest to a fault, to the point I ruined my relationship with my little sisters, I never told anyone about my trips to this abandoned, or rather Oikura's home, just as promised. I didn't even think it was her home to begin with. I simply learned math from her, without a care in the world. I paid her nothing in return, and just exploited her. I took from her. When she said that no good could possibly come out of someone like me worrying about her, she wasn't acting tough or exaggerating. She meant exactly what she said. My life is a total mess thanks to you. She'd said that as well. It too was exactly right. Her life was a total mess and I'd walked away. I'd neglected her. That means they must have been somewhere in this house, right? They never showed themselves, but Oikura's parents were here.
Well, yes, they probably were. Although they never came out to offer their guest tea and snacks, I guess they weren't so deviant as to be violent toward another family's child.
But that also meant that I protected Oikura by coming to this home, because I was nothing more than a guest who'd leave after a few hours. Back to his own home. I didn't want to think about the kind of storm that must have blown through this place after I did. I didn't want to think about it. What she must have looked like under her school uniform. So I did nothing that Oikura wanted me to do, and yet I took just the knowledge that she'd given me and sucked it all up. Of course, she'd hate me for that. Who wouldn't hold a grudge? Forget ungrateful, I was a thief. No wonder she never bothered saying goodbye. How did she feel as she kept teaching me math every day? Ogi called it indirect, but the route Okura hit upon after summoning all of her knowledge and bravery turned out to be fruitless. How had she felt about that? I may have only been the intermediary, but maybe she thought she was the fool forever relying on me. Obi was right though. Compared to her, I was the far bigger fool. The empty envelope Oikura stuck under the low table was a perfect expression of the kind of guy I was. Empty. The wrong choice. An unreliable guy.
If my memory serves me correctly, you began this investigation to look into the reason Miss Oikura hated you like you were some kind of home wrecker, and I feel we've more or less accomplished that goal now. As such, I do think it's about time to pack up and go, but if you have any final remarks, please go ahead.
Some kind of homewrecker. In reality though, that wasn't it. Oikura wanted me to be a homewrecker. Did it get any more ironic than that? I thought about mentioning this, but final remarks needed to be more comprehensive than that. I've been feeling very fortunate. I can't deny that it's been smooth sailing for me, and I'm happy. I have friends, I have a girlfriend, I have juniors. I'm very, very happy. But I've started to hate my happy self just a little bit.
Then I'll love you enough to make up for that. And depending on how you look at it, it's a good thing you haven't gone so far as to start hating math.
You're right about that. True. No matter what I might start to hate, even if I've lost sight of justice, math is the one thing I'll always love. You could even call it a kind of curse. The epilogue, or maybe the punchline of this story. The next day, I was roused from bed as usual by my little sisters Karen and Tsukihi before trudging my way to school with heavy footsteps. The truth was clear now. The reality of the situation had been exposed. My forgotten memories had been dredged up, and I'd learned what they meant, but what I needed to do stayed the same: improve my relationship with Sodachi Oikura. Our feud 2 years earlier, our missed connection 5 years ago. Both misdeeds and mistakes far too late to take back. I couldn't redo any of it. Which was exactly why I couldn't fail now. At the very least, I had to be careful to make sure we never had another promotion like yesterday's. As I passed through the gates of Naotsu High, while thinking this, I saw Tsubasa Hanekawa trudging along with even heavier footsteps as if she alone shouldered all the troubles of this world. She normally walked with excellent posture, so seeing her hunched over, well, she was second only to me as far as being concerned about the hostility between Senjo Gahara and Oikura. We needed to work together as class president and vice president to tackle the situation, I thought, and called out to her from behind. I then spoke openly to her about what I'd learned over the last couple of days, about my relationship with Oikura, confessing all my thick-headed foolishness, which didn't feel great, but I couldn't keep it a secret from Hanekawa now. Not when we found ourselves in this spot. It did seem wise to wait and see a little longer before telling Senjo Gahara about this one. Either way, I braced myself for the unsparing reaction I deserved, but to my surprise, Hanekawa said,
Ogi Oshino, Mr. Ashino's niece?
Yeah. I figured a lot out thanks to her. I guess you could say it runs in the Oshino family. She was quite the detective. I doubt I could have solved yesterday's mystery or the day before's without her. Hanakawa seemed to ponder this silently, more sternly than you'd expect.
Are you sure that's who she is?
Huh? Yeah, I'm certain Kanburo introduced us. I said, realizing that Kanburo's introduction was no guarantee at all of her identity being authentic. Something about her felt unfathomable, but now I realized I hadn't fathomed a thing about her. I don't know anything. You're the one who knows. But it seemed like I didn't know anything either. What else did I know?
Araragi, it pains me to have to say something that would only keep picking at this wound.
Hanakawa faced me. It was very much like her not to comfort me in a half-hearted manner, but even she seemed to balk at the thought of piling on me. Don't worry about me, I urged her. Say it. If anything, I didn't want more causes for regret after coming this far. If Hanakawa noticed something from her point of view, I wanted her to come out and say, hey, we entered the school building and began climbing the stairs to our class as we continued our conversation side by side.
It wouldn't be strange for her to learn somehow that you'd hit a wall with math during your first year first term finals in middle school. And I could see her putting the Monty Hall problem in your shoe locker and playing upon that. But how did Miss Oikura learn the most vital fact in her plan, that your parents are police officers?
Huh.
Weren't you doing your best to hide it?
Right. Even Hanakawa didn't know what my parents did until my little sisters told her just the other day. I had a habit of not telling anyone, even when asked, to avoid any extraneous or unnecessary trouble. So why? Why did Ikura know? How?
Well, maybe she just happened to find out some way or another. But couldn't there still be something? I don't know what, but something. Some kind of memory involving you and Miss Ikura that you have to go further back to remember. A door you have to open.
As far as memories and families were concerned, Tsubasa Hanakawa had more to say than the average person. The words carried a lot of weight when they came from this girl with mismatched wings. A memory I needed to go further back to remember. A door I needed to open. If they existed, they'd be from a time before I was even a middle schooler, around the time Oikura and I were in grade school. What could have possibly happened then? Could there really be something I was still forgetting on top of all that? If there was, just how big of a fool was Koyomi Araragi? Was there no end to my foolishness? How could I ever forget you? Oikura said that to me, which meant she must remember. About this fool 2 years ago, 5 years ago, and even before that. I arrived in front of the classroom. Whether or not Sadachi Oikura was there on the other side was an impossible proof. So let us now return to the topic of Oji Oshino, or so I say. But ultimately, she is her and nothing else. Whether we start, repeat, or return to this basic topic, that is the entirety of what can be said about her. Were you to depict the being that is Oji Oshino in a novel, it would end after a single line. And you know, as someone who tends to ramble on, I have to say I'm very grateful to have a heroine like her. Oji Oshino was Oji Oshino, and they all lived happily ever after. One line. And if you were to stretch that idea to an extreme, to as far as it could possibly go, you could summarize anyone in this way. Though Ryunosuke Akutagawa is known for saying that life is not worth a single line of Baudelaire, you could sum up any life, whether Baudelaire's or Ryunosuke Akutagawa's, in a single line if you wanted. It's what would end up happening. Were you to fit any life into lines, whether a great man's or an average one's, it'd be a single line long. Saying these kinds of things may get me criticized for being pessimistic or abject. You might say that humans, any human, isn't something so flimsy and frivolous that you could speak about their life using only a single line. Yes, I'd of course like to think that myself. I'd hate for my life to be spoken of in just one line. Were you to speak it? Were you to tell it? I'd like it to be at least a book long. An ebook? No good. I need a cover, not just paper, but some kind of front cover. And I'd want a spine that's even stronger. I'd want my spine to tell of me when I'm lined up on a bookshelf. I want to be a book whose spine tells an entire story. So I'd like it if the idea that you can say everything about a person in a single line wasn't true. And that's all I can think about faced with living proof that you can. Ogi Oshino.
No, your romantic ideas are absolutely right. Anyone has enough substance to be turned into a full volume, of course. Whether anyone would bother reading that book is a different question.
Are you trying to say that a book that goes unread is worthless?
What I'm saying is that you can't put a price on a book that goes unread. Price and value are two different things. Asking about value is nearly a completely different question from asking about price.
Hearing this would remind me of the girl who'd been nicknamed How Much. Which of the two was she asking about? Price or value? Price, something determined by the balance of supply and demand, or value, something fixed. Was it weight or was it mass? Of course, that might be too cruel of a question to ask her after she learned that value was something determined by majority vote.
It's presumptuous to think that someone will read an entire book in today's society. You've got to think of it as its existence being more than enough. While I might be a humanities person who loves to read, unless you can find satisfaction in seeing that your shelves are filled with unread books, you can't ever be a bookworm.
But, she said, if you still wanted someone to read you,
you ought to come up with a 1-second summary. You ought to say it in a phrase. You ought to convey any knowledge or tales in a second. If you can't, who's going to bother listening to a story like yours?
no one's going to read you. Now it made sense. All of those novels popping up lately with full sentences for titles and striking sales copy might in fact be based on that reasoning one line. One phrase? No. It's ultimately the tale that conveys its meaning in a single word that's most desired these days, and so, while we've been studying math for a bit now, let's end with a language arts class. Here is your question. There's no need to prepare for it. Of course, it's the type of question we all know. Give a response on something or other in so many words. While my childish mind didn't understand the reason behind limiting the number of words for these questions you encounter in elementary school, I know why quite well when I think about it now. The ability to briefly summarize is essential when discussing language. If you think about it, the purpose of words, their role is to convey, and nothing else. There are, of course, things that aren't conveyed. Things that don't get conveyed even after you've run out of words. Even if they are, you might still forget them. As I've already said about Ogi Oshino, were we to center the question around her, it would be, discuss Ogi Oshino in 3 words or fewer. And the answer would be Ogi Oshino. So here is my final question for you. How much of a fool is Koyomi Araragi? Answer in 20 words or fewer. However, the words Ogi Oshino must appear in your answer. Come to think of it, this may have been my first time since August doing anything with Hanakawa. Which of course isn't to say that we'd done nothing at all together for the previous 2 months or so we were class president and vice president, but it really had been quite a while since we last did something big together as a 2-man cell. An event. An incident, you could even say. Still, it wasn't all fun and games. Unfortunately, I wasn't in a state of mind to let me get flustered over working alongside Tsubasa Hanekawa, class president among class presidents. A grand figure whose name will surely be remembered throughout history. This was because my gait was so extremely heavy that it now seemed fettered by something resembling Saturn's gravity, for you see our 2-man cell's goal, the something big we needed to come upon. My pace as I walked toward it was just as heavy, just as necking funkly, which are the technology of pitcher, but come out of Kwasavada.
So did you figure it out, Aragi?
Like she'd finally asked a question she'd been waiting for the perfect time to spring. Classes had finished for the day, we had left now at Suhai, and we were on our way together, but not on the road back to my home or Hanakawa's.
Why did Miss Ikura know your parents' profession?
Most people would probably see this as trying to gloss over something you didn't know. In fact, it was the complete opposite. There are also things that people try to gloss over because they do know, because they understand, but while it had only been an unconscious reaction, what could be more meaningless than lying or glossing over something in the face of Tsubasa Hanekawa? I figured it out. I checked with Sengoku, so I'm sure of it.
Why are you hanging your head when you did?
My head's like a fruit. The riper it is, the more it sags.
I see. You kind of seem out of it today. You look like someone who visits a friend at a hospital only to show up looking sicker than them. What's the matter with you?
A hospital visit, huh? Then again, that was the kind of gentle, roundabout rephrasing of reality that I knew Hanekawa for. Were you to give a cold and precise account of the truth, this was more like a home visit by a class president and vice president. Though we'd never conducted one of these in our half year since taking office, we had no choice. I say that because I wasn't blameless regarding this situation, or rather, the trained eye would have no option but to place the responsibility for it entirely on me. The girl being visited had to place all the blame on me in particular, and knowing this made my steps heavy. Like I was on Saturn. In fact, I'd been feeling so uncomfortably out of place for the last few days that it really felt like I'd been taken to another planet and told that it was in fact my birthplace, awkwardly enough. It'd make anyone want to hang their head. I wasn't able to remember, no matter how hard I tried, but then it came right back to me once I did what you suggested. You really do know everything, Hanakawa.
I don't know everything. I only know what I know. I can't say I know everything when I don't know what Oji knows.
Ogi. Ogi Oshino.
Are we okay? She's not tailing us, is she?
Tailing us. What, do you think she's an assassin or something? I replied, half dumbfounded, but Hanakawa wasn't kidding, and she stopped to look behind her. She'd waited until we stood at a point with few blind spots. She did live here, but still, this class president had no need for a map app.
An assassin? Do you mean a detective?
Had Ogi, a transfer student with little knowledge of the area, been tailing us, it should have been easy to find her by turning around here and straining our eyes, but even Hanakawa couldn't spot our unseen tail, our unseen detective. She wasn't satisfied, though.
I would have preferred it if she'd come along with us in this case, at least. I could have given her the slip.
Aren't you acting a little paranoid?
No, but think about it. Even if she isn't tailing us, she might have gone ahead of us. It's clear where we're headed, so taking the time to look up the location would be the less risky move, making it the more annoying and harder to defend against scenario. It's not easy to look up another student's address these days, but not impossible. I don't think I'm being paranoid.
If you're not being paranoid, then you're overestimating Ogi. Yes, she's Oshino's niece, so she does seem reasonably smart, but she's still a child, or, freshman, charmingly innocent. It's my duty as her senior to keep her from becoming like Oshino, as well as my way of repaying him.
Your way of repaying him? Well, that is a wonderful mindset.
Hanakawa began walking again. Her tone had been relatively harsh, considering she'd complimented me.
How admirable. And here I was, thinking that you'd gotten obsessed with yet another cute little underclassman who'd appeared on the scene.
What do you mean, yet another?
Weren't you acting in a similar way with Miss Kanbaro? If that really is your mindset, I'd like you to stop giving off the impression that you're preoccupied with an underclassman, just as our class is going through all these problems.
I'll take that to heart.
Good.
I don't know if you'd call it being serious or being stuffy. But this part about her never changed. No, maybe it had. Either way, Tsubasa Hanakawa was clearly no big fan of Ogi's. But it was true that our transfer student didn't have the most approachable personality. And she was awfully enigmatic. Even if you conceded all of that, though, you had to admit that she was far more approachable than Oikura was now.
Just to make sure, you'd forgotten about your time in middle school with Miss Ikura until you accompanied Ogi on her fieldwork, correct?
Actually, no, it's the other way around. She accompanied me on my fieldwork. She came along with me for the most part. She just helped me remember Oikura. Yeah, I guess I feel bad about troubling Oji when I think of it that way. I shouldn't carelessly get my juniors involved in my personal business. I'll have to make it up to her later.
You're not understanding me for some reason. Maybe I'm not putting it the right way. From my perspective, she's as dangerous as they get.
Dangerous? Are you talking about Oikura?
See, we're talking past each other. It's almost like you're intentionally avoiding my point, but whatever, it probably just means we can't talk about it yet.
What do you mean?
I'm saying there are limits to what a person can do, but that's exactly why we need to do everything we can. It's easier to walk along the edges of your limits when you can see them.
It was a superhuman thing to say, and extremely human at the same time. I say this because the old Hanakawa wouldn't have thought twice about stepping over those lines. I think it goes without saying, of course, that her way of trying to get as close as possible to the kinds of lines that most people avoid showed her mental fortitude. Then again, you're not going to set a goal of taking a post-graduation trip around the world without that kind of inner toughness. I sincerely respected her. That made it all the more disappointing to see her in the grips of a line of reasoning so far off the mark. I might need to talk to her about it before we arrived at our destination. I needed to put aside any personal feelings born out of my adoration of Hanakawa, because I didn't want the situation to get any more complicated. Hanakawa, if you think that Ogi feels hostility toward Oikura, you're wrong. The two haven't even met. Though hearing my story, her eccentricity might have aroused interest.
That's not what I'm worried about. No part of me whatsoever is concerned about whether or not Oji has Miss Oikura in her sights. What I am worried about is you, Araragi.
Something you don't understand well might have you in its sights, Hanakawa warned. Something I don't understand?
may be something unwelcome.
True, you couldn't deny that Ogi was unfathomable, and she certainly had me in her sights. But what was Hanekawa saying? What was she saying, and what did she want to say? What couldn't she say?
To be honest, I don't know if you can defend against it all.
Defend against?
You call what happened during spring break hell, but your ordeals might have only begun.
My ordeals? No way. Hanekawa was going through far more of an ordeal. Our ill-fated class president, not me, I thought. When we'd been busy rambling back and forth, but class president Tsubasa Hanekawa and vice president Koyomi Araragi, their destination, Sadachi Oikura's current address. After 2 years of absence stemming from the Year 1 Class 3 meeting held on July 15th, former class president Sadachi Oikura had at last, whether because the time was right or in spite of it all, returned to school only to stop coming again the next day. She didn't come the next day. Or the day after that. Which is to say she'd gone back to being absent from school. No, she hadn't even been present for classes on that first day, so the records would only show an uninterrupted streak of absence. If you witnessed the incident that occurred early that fateful morning, her resumed absence was the result of her delirious behavior. This in no way precludes casting doubt on the view that it was my fault, but unfortunately there were also witnesses to the violence wrought by Senjogahara's fist. The quick thinking that led to her collapsing on the spot somehow managed to keep her out of trouble, but it was only a stopgap measure, though of course Oikura had been the one to strike first. Just as I'd hoped, no one was sure if she'd stab the back of my hand with a ballpoint pen. But if a girl resuming her absence after finally returning to school ever got connected to a grand brawl, it was sure to become an issue. While free-spirited and uncontrollable students like Kanbaru obscure the fact, now Atsuhai is in general a full-fledged prep school, meaning it is exceptionally strict when it comes to scandals. In other words, Sadachi Oikura, taking off from school again, also endangered Hitagi Senjogahara's position to some degree, since the situation now involved her, though of course, we're talking about a clever girl here. Keenly aware of the disquieting mood at school, she hadn't returned since that day either. Senjogahara took a leave of absence. In sync with Oikura. The stated reason was probably anemia. Or perhaps minor fracturing from hitting Oikura with her fist. But as far as people like Hanekawa and I, with our deep understanding of Senjogahara, were concerned, she was 100% faking it. She'd lived thinking only about her own self-protection once upon a time, though the old Senjogahara would never confront Oikura and precipitate such a commotion, not even by accident. Whatever the case, it looked like one of those situations where no one involved in a fight is truly innocent. Senjogahara succeeded in making it hard for outside parties to comment, for which I commend her, but you could also call it reaping what you sow. Anyway, Oikura had stopped coming to school, and so had Senjogahara.
Miss Senjogahara could lose her recommendation at this rate.
Wait, why? You mean her college recommendation, right? Due to a violent scandal?
Nope, that's not why. She managed to make both sides look guilty, but simply as a matter of attendance. She might not be as bad as you, but she's taking a lot of days off.
Oh, I guess so. Come to think of it, her attendance rate during her first and second years could hardly be worse. It was of course because of her so-called illness, so while she'd returned to living like a regular high school student since May.
She was sick with the flu or something in August when you weren't around. I'm sure she'd have no trouble at all getting in by way of exams, even if her recommendation got rescinded. But a canceled recommendation is a fairly big deal that could have repercussions for our juniors. We need to solve this problem.
We. That included me. Already. Okay, but how? Do we go to Senjogahara's? Tell her she has to stop pretending to be sick and drag her out of bed? Not that she'd be cooped up since it was a feigned illness. Judging from the less-than-perfect lie she always told, she could be out shopping. She really did worry me in so many ways.
It's not just Miss Senjogahara. We need to be worried about Miss Oikura too.
Oikura?
Yes, Miss Oikura too. Aren't you worried about her?
Hearing a statement that certain made it hard to contradict, but to be honest, I didn't know if worried summed up everything I felt about Oikura. Not to say it didn't affect me to know that she'd gone back to being a shut-in, but I didn't know how to approach her when I thought about the relationship between us that I'd uncovered the other day. It felt too late to thank her or apologize to her, okay. That was nothing more than a convenient excuse. If I'm being honest, it felt awkward and shameful, and that was the real reason I didn't want to have to face her. You often hear people say you ought to live your life looking to the future, not the past. You can't change the past, but you can alter the future. That kind of thing. Absolutely. Yes, it's exactly as they say, but facing the future in order to turn away from the past didn't feel like looking ahead, it felt backwards. A negative way to be forward-looking. We ought to live looking both to the future and the past, and I was a man as far removed from that as you could get. Whether I faced the past or the future, my eyes were shut as I tried to maintain the status quo. That's who I was. Yeah, I guess I'm worried. The words must have sounded reluctant. Or rather, objectionable and offensive. But it's like I told you yesterday, I'm at a point where I even think it might be better if I don't bother her right now. It does concern me that she stopped coming to school again, but I have to admit, some part of me feels relieved.
Coming out and saying that is fine, you know? It's okay to say that. No one's gonna hear that and think you're trying to gloss over the situation, and it's not as if keeping up appearances is the only thing that matters.
I'm glad you think so. I wasn't thanking her so much as I was being honest with her. Tsubasa Hanekawa was always there to mend my heart whenever it neared its breaking point. In fact, that's how it's been since spring break. This whole time. Hanekawa, if you have some kind of idea, I'll help out, of course. Whatever it is you have planned, it did come from your brain. Are you basically plotting to get them to make up?
Making up might be a little too much to ask, especially out of the blue. They did have a fist fight. The old Miss Senjogahara might have been fine with it, but I don't know about now.
Yeah, not now. In fact, I started to feel embarrassed about asking a stupid question. This was actually an instance where Senjogahara's reformation acted as a negative. You might not expect it, but the number of instances was a lot higher than one. It was at times like these when I felt that the old Hitachi Senjogahara, tense and thinking only of her own self-protection, was really gone. You could say she'd left it up to me to figure out a plan and clean up after her mess, but she was also just staying away from school because something happened there that bothered her. It wasn't stubbornness or strategy. Really, she was being a regular girl, a high school girl. But if you were defining her that way, you needed to see Oikura in the same light. It wouldn't be fair otherwise. Given our history, I couldn't help but be biased and prejudiced, and see Oikura's actions as being exceptional and out of the ordinary. I couldn't prevent myself from finding some kind of deeper meaning in what she did. But I also needed to step away from our connection, however impossible it was to forget, and look at her as a fellow classmate, which meant I couldn't just neglect her.
So, Araragi, my plan is to go for a home visit after school today to visit both Miss Senjogahara and Miss Oikura.
I replied, caught unawares. It seemed like a natural guess as to where the conversation would go next, or a natural turn even if I didn't guess it. I was more surprised than I needed to be. I shouldn't have been this late in the day.
If it's Miss Oikura's address you're wondering about, I got it from her homeroom teacher. But this is where we get to what I wanted to discuss. We're so short on time that I thought we could split the work. Who would you rather visit? Miss Senjogahara or Miss Oikura?
I'll leave it up to you. The question was like some kind of psychological game, but it was no game at all and didn't involve logic, only my psyche. Pay a visit to my girlfriend's home or pay a visit to my mortal enemy's home. Quite the extreme choice, but I ended up picking the latter. You might say that I was making a masochistic, self-flagellating decision to corner myself, just like Oikura. And you'd be right, I did let my self-flagellating impulses take over. Someone like Koyomi Araragi would never face Sodachi Oikura, otherwise in whatever she thought of me. I wouldn't be able to think about myself in any way at all, unless I made a change. I gave myself over to that feeling Oikura would only find it annoying, and she probably hated that part of me. But regardless of how much hate I attracted, it wasn't as if I could suddenly stop being me. I am me. Koyomi Araragi is Koyomi Araragi. But there was two other elements here, one being my exact relation to Oikura. As Hanekawa pointed out the day before, why did Oikura know what my parents did? And indeed, following her advice, led me to the answer. Miraculously, solving the mystery. Miraculously or promptly tap. And no, I'd only found an answer. I didn't know for sure if I could call it a solution, but in any case, my relation to her during our first year of high school, during our first year of middle school, and now during elementary school, all sat there in my mind. I wanted to use that as a base, and I wanted to talk to her again. To be honest, I didn't, and I knew we wouldn't have a proper conversation in more ways than one, but there are times when you just have to leap into a bottomless swamp, even if it's illogical or straight up suicidal. It had to happen. The second element, though, was extremely practical, or perhaps pragmatic, which is that if I went to visit Senjogahara, I would without a doubt treat her with kindness, which wouldn't help her. To be fair, she'd helped me or even taken my place by confronting Oikura for me, so I had no right at all to act stern even if you disregard the fact that we're going out. No, sorry, don't disregard that. Anyway, I had a better relationship with Senjogahara than I did with myself, an ironclad case for letting Hanekawa, who could be open and unsparing with her, handle that situation.
Yes, you're right, I agree. I thought you'd choose Miss Senjogahara despite all of that. But I guess this is part of who you are. Then let me handle Miss Senjogahara, and you do whatever you can to drag Miss Ikura back to school. It might be impossible to make them friends, or to get them to reconcile, but leaving things as they stand is just going to bring both of them unhappiness.
College recommendation wouldn't be rescinded, and we couldn't allow Ikura to keep doing this either, not after she'd returned to school, however half-heartedly. The two might come to blows if they met in class again, but taking care to make sure that didn't happen was part of the class president and vice president's job. Even if we weren't up to it, we had to do all we could. That might sound snide, considering that Ikura once abandoned her own job as class president. But whatever, the decision was made for me, class vice president, to wait until after school to visit her current place of residence. You want to know why I met up with Hanekawa again when we were going to act separately? Well, this is how that happened, and I personally see this as one of her ordeals, or rather an illustration of her fretfulness. After the final bell, I got Oikura's address from Hanekawa, who still had some business at school, and started off on my own, but just as I neared the school gates.
Well, if it isn't Araragi-senpai.
Oh, Ogi. I kind of felt like the air had been let out of my balloon. Just as I was getting ready to take off, nothing in particular had happened, but it was as if I'd finally prepared myself to go off and tackle a very important matter, only to have someone offer me a cup of tea and a seat. I doubt you understand what I'm trying to say here, and I don't either. But if someone offers you some tea, you can't leave as soon as you take it. Ogi, are you heading home?
Home! Ooh. No! What are you talking about? We agreed to meet here, remember? Our promise was to meet by the school gates at 3:40. Bew!
Mortho. I tilted my head. I couldn't recall making the promise. It was nowhere to be found in my memories. But, well, it had to be true if Ogi said so. Though the way she called out to me just now didn't make much sense in that case. Not to mention, 3:42 p.m. seemed like too exact of a meeting time. Had I forgotten a promise I'd made to a junior? What an awful example I was setting. How was I supposed to put on airs now?
Yeah! Hooray! My senior Araragi is taking me to a sushi restaurant, and not one of those cheap revolving ones either.
Did I really promise you that? Me?
Of course you did. You said it was to celebrate my transferring into this school.
A nice sushi meal to celebrate transferring schools. What in the world has transferred here into my school? I said jokingly, but it was also a very sincere question. What exactly had transferred here into my school?
And you promised you'd take me out to a bar afterwards?
A bar? Like a salad bar? One expensive junior had transferred into my school, even if she meant a salad bar. But whether or not I'd made such a promise, today was the one day I couldn't go to a sushi restaurant or a bar feeling bad. I gave her a sincere apology. I'm sorry to say, Ogi, I won't be able to make good on my promise.
Ha! That's a pretty cool sounding line. Wow!
Don't be ridiculous. I'm a multimillionaire. If I was going to break a promise, I might as well lie while I was at it. As if I was barely sorry? Well, maybe I was being a different kind of sorry. I have to drop by Okura's place.
Ooh! Back to that abandoned home, then.
No, not the abandoned one. Her current one. Emma and I was running my mouth again with her. I needed to reel this in, lest I get a reputation as someone with loose lips. I shut them tight. Then Ogi touched my lips with her index finger. She brushed it across them, like she was putting lip gloss on me. What are you doing? I couldn't keep from reacting to this fetishistic move, but it seemed there was no sexual meaning behind it.
No, I was just seeing if I could unzip your lips, though I'm sure it's more like Velcro. Please, tell me more. What happened? Just look at how fast you've unlocked her heart. You're on good enough terms to get yourself invited to Miss Ikura's home after what happened yesterday, or the day before that, I guess. What leaps and bounds you've made. You need to report on how this has all come to be, you fool.
Something about the way she spoke was just so unnatural. No, we're not on good terms, and I didn't unlock her heart or anything. I haven't been invited. I'm basically forcing my way in. She stopped coming to school again yesterday, though she barely showed up the day before that. I did have some degree of accountability here. Given that I'd broken my promise to celebrate her transfer, I reported the current dilemma. Tsubasa Hanakawa had decided to act because both Senjo Gahara's position and Oikura's future were in a bad place unless we did something. Wait, reported? That makes it sound like she was my superior, but it feels like the right word to use, so I'll leave it be. And that's what happened.
So that's what happened. You know, it's going to turn into a fight if you head there by yourself. You're just going to resume the argument you had in the classroom, only in Miss Oikura's home. Don't you think?
Yeah, part of me does. That is a worry.
You should have handled Miss Senjo Gahara, while Miss Hanakawa handled Miss Oikura. You've been assigned to the wrong post.
Well, you might be right. Her remark did seem on point if the idea was to settle this peacefully, but peace in this situation looked awfully like closing our eyes, and I didn't think we could arrive at a solution with our eyes shut. Hanakawa had the kind of personality that hated work for the sake of work in order to create an alibi, and in this case even I, her vice president famous for his slipshod work, felt the same way.
But what about her family environment? It seemed pretty dire, didn't it? Charging into that seems more than dangerous. It seems foolish. I can't recommend it.
Oh, we don't have to worry about that. I haven't heard the details, but it looks like she's living away from her parents.
Away from her parents? Ha! So she's been placed under the care of her relatives?
No. Living alone, apparently.
Oh, well, how interesting.
Her heart may have been sent racing by a backstory you only saw in manga high schooler living by herself. Her parents must have gotten divorced or something 5 years ago, just like you said, or I guess you could say her family fell apart. Then she returned here 2 years ago. I'm sure that technically or legally speaking she has guardians.
I see. So the blind guess was the right one, though that does create its own problem. My foolish senior. In essence, you are about to visit the home of a girl who, for all intents and purposes, is living alone. That's no good.
It isn't?
It isn't at all. No gentleman should ever do that. Miss Hanakawa may trust you, but I'm sorry to say that in general, a boy going on his own to visit a girl living by herself will raise doubts. It's not something he should do if he already has a partner.
Hearing her put it that way made me think she might be right. While I didn't think I needed to be so concerned about how every little social grace and matter of manners between the sexes reflected upon me when I was only in high school, I did want to avoid any unnecessary misunderstanding. It'd be one thing if it was just me, but if those kinds of rumors got started about Oikura, someone who hated me, she might seriously end up committing suicide. Suicide? The inauspicious word happened to come to me and I shivered when I realized just how realistic it sounded right. Whether or not Hanakawa was the more appropriate choice for the visit, regardless of how Oikura now lived, no matter what misunderstandings might be created, I needed to approach her in a way that didn't put her in any worse of a situation. Not as atonement for failing to give her the help she sought 5 years ago. And it certainly wouldn't be enough to make amends for it, but I was faced with a very real question.
I see you're having trouble coming to a decision.
Ogi shrugged as if to sigh. She seemed quite serious about stopping me from going to Oikura's home, and I could tell that her advice came from a place of kindness. I felt like I had no choice but to accept it, and she seemed to realize this.
I was so looking forward to that unrevolving sushi.
Or maybe it came from a place of hunger, not kindness. Either way, as bad as I felt about having to cancel our plans, my feelings of relief trumped all. I couldn't stand around and talk for too long in any case. I began to wrap things up. Anyway, Ogi.
Oh, right! I just might have an idea!
Because she just might have an idea.
Why don't you bring my humble self with you to the home? Visit...
Wait, you, Ogi? I appreciate the offer, but... Did I appreciate it? What about her accompanying me made me feel appreciative? Oh, but Ogi's earlier reasons for me not visiting Oikura's home only applied if I went alone.
In other words, you're fine just as long as you're not alone. Especially because, you know, I'm a girl. I'm sure Miss Oikura's heart will be a bit soothed if I'm with you.
She's not really the type to be soothed because she's dealing with a girl. Maybe if she was dealing with a junior? No, she'd unleashed a slap on Senjogahara who, better or not, Oikura saw as a weakly girl. I couldn't see someone who wasn't kind to the sick being kind to her juniors. Still, it did beat the two of us being alone. Yes, it was a good idea. It even made me wonder why I hadn't come up with it myself.
I'm a good listener, as you know, Miss Ikura. Might tell us all kinds of things if I'm there.
All kinds of things.
At the end of the day, socializing is information warfare. There's no downside to knowing about your opponent. You've been able to recall who she was after remembering what happened at the class council and during summer break when you were a first-year middle schooler, but you haven't had any sort of proper conversation with the present Miss Oikura. I'll insert myself so that the situation between you two doesn't escalate into an argument. It's too late to get off this ride. Just let me handle the burden.
Ogi said with a smile, as if her proposal came from a place of pure benevolence. There seemed to be no reason for me to reject her offer. If I had to come up with one, it would be my hesitance to take a junior to an utter war zone instead of the stationary sushi meal I'd promised. Then again, Ogi also seemed the type to enjoy raw fights over raw fish. She loved fieldwork, probes, investigations, inquiries. Though in reality she was also nothing more than a rubbernecker. How could I turn down this wildly curious girl's offer? As long as I was prepared, how could I possibly fail to protect one underclassman even if Ikura ended up going berserk again? Okay then, Ogi. Come along with me.
All right, thanks for asking.
Don't ask her.
Whose line was that last one? There's no speaker tag attached to it, I thought, as I turned to find Hanakawa, apparently finished with whatever business she had, catching up to me as I wasted time standing and talking by the school gates.
You mustn't ask her, Araragi.
Hanakawa panted. She must have run to the gates from our school building, had she left like usual, ready to head towards Senjogahara's home, only to find me and Oji speaking by the gates and dashed over to us in a panic. Ogi smiled. She smiled as she looked at Hanakawa. Hanakawa. I didn't understand what was happening, so I tried saying her name for now. Sort of like the way you invoke God's name when you're in a bad spot. But true to form, Hanakawa calmed her breathing, looked up, and answered me.
You know you can't get an underclassman involved with an in-class dispute.
Oh, that's what she meant. That's what it was? I'd wondered what it could be, the way she yelled my name in the kind of desperate tone you'd use to stop a friend from starting down a path of sin, but it turned out that she only wanted to give me some very common sense. She was absolutely right too. Yes, you shouldn't get an outsider involved with internal affairs, even if Ogi offered to do so. Upon reconsideration, it wasn't even worth considering. Ogi.
No. There's no need to be so strangely considerate. It only hurt more, please. You have to let me come along with you. I won't get in your way or anything. I just want to help you in any small way I can. Think of how mean you'd be to agree only to turn me down later.
Irk. She'd put me in a tight spot. Even I could tell that she wasn't saying this because she wanted to help me out. I assumed it was a manifestation of her leering curiosity, but true, it'd be mean to turn her down after saying yes.
If it's me you're worried about, don't be. I don't mind one bit. If anything, I'm shocked that you'd be so standoffish after all we'd gone through together. Flawed, I tell you. I thought we had a relationship.
What kind of relationship do you and Araragi have? Exactly.
Just as Ogi nearly bowled me over with her pushiness, an Oshino trademark, or rather her momentum, Hanakawa jumped in. I was surprised to see her, of all people, do this. I never saw Hanakawa as the type to insert herself in a situation between two people, but then again, she'd sprinted over here. When I thought about it that way, of course she was going to butt in.
You and Araragi met for the first time just 3 days ago, right?
She asked, still smiling. Of course, going by her smile alone, she was gently scolding a selfish underclassman.
That's right. But relationships aren't always about time. In fact, he and I became kindred spirits in no time at all. We've been locked in a strange classroom together, gone on an adventure in an abandoned home together. The two of us have shared experiences that would normally seem impossible. Isn't that right, Araragi-senpai?
Hmm? Oh, well, yeah. I mean, I'd been willing to take her out to a sushi doesn't go around when I'm just a high school student. I wouldn't do that unless we were real kindred spirits, huh?
Oh, I heard. It seems like you've done quite a lot for Araragi, for a very important friend of mine, and so I've been wanting to thank you.
She was now physically getting between me and Oji, in addition to doing so conversationally. And then, for all to hear,
But of course I'd have done a better job.
Ogi went quiet. She froze, with a smile, with something resembling a smile still on her face. Hold on, what was going on here? This may have been my first time seeing Hanakawa act this aggressive. Even if it wasn't, it'd been a really long time. Like spring break, maybe? Spring break, when Tsubasa Hanakawa got between me and a legendary vampire?
After a long and heavy sigh. I suppose. I'm sure you'd have done a better job, Miss Hanakawa. You're a genius after all. Yes, I've heard all about that from my uncle. When you say your uncle, do you mean Mr. Ashino?
Yes, I'm his niece, you know.
This elicited a slight reaction from Hanakawa, who paid a lot of respect to Oshino. You could even say she'd been infatuated with the way he lived. It made sense for her to react to his name, but in that case, you'd think she'd pay his niece some respect too. Her attitude toward Ogi was the opposite of what you'd call respectful.
Then again, all that genius is meaningless unless you can make use of it. In the end, I was the one to be by his side at those times.
Ogi slipped away from her position in front of Hanakawa, as if her gaze meant nothing. I doubt I'd be able to move. If Hanakawa decided to stare me down head-on, I'd be petrified in more ways than one, but Ogi didn't seem the least bit daunted. What mental toughness. That's Oshino's niece for you. Unbelievably enough, Ogi then tried striking back.
Your genius is such that even my uncle was frightened of it. I hear, yes, but when I consider that you're not quite as impressive as I was led to believe, the Tsubasa Hanekawa I'd heard about would never be absent when Koyomi Araragi was in danger. So I'll graciously accept your thanks. What an honor it is. You may have been able to do a better job, but in the end you didn't do anything. And when you say a better job, don't you mean back when you were in your prime?
I could describe her attitude and tone as the same as what she used with me. Hoagie treated everyone in the same consistent way, but while she could say that stuff to me, I wasn't going to turn a blind eye to her treating Hanakawa this way. I scolded her. Sternly. Hold on, Ogi, what a thing to say. Some lines shouldn't be crossed. What do you know about Hanakawa, anyway?
I don't know anything. You're the worst. About Miss Hanakawa's past and present and about her future. Yes, that, at least, isn't the kind of thing I should be talking about.
That, at least. She spoke as if the existence of other things she should comment on was a given, her tone so certain that it seemed to preclude any further questioning.
Well, Miss Hanakawa, I'm not foolish enough to try and compete with you. I wouldn't want to do anything rude and earn the hatred of my beloved senior Araragi, so why don't we agree to coexist? Now, if you'll excuse me.
Ogi suddenly orbited around to behind where I stood, as if to circumvent Hanakawa. The girl was always at my back before I knew it. And look, now I found myself in between Hanakawa and Ogi. Please, it was the last place I wanted to be.
Now go ahead. You're going to visit Miss Senjogahara's home, aren't you? Her home seems to be the farther one, so shouldn't you hurry along?
The farther one?
She must have thought that even if Ogi had learned Oikura's address from me, it was odd for her to know Senjogahara's, and in that sense, I should have reacted even more myself. After all, I hadn't given her Oikura's current address, let alone Senjogahara's. But this feeling I got from Ogi. The feeling that she knew what wasn't known, I'd gotten pretty accustomed to it. However menacing and outlandish it may have seemed to Hanekawa.
No need to worry. If you don't want your precious friend asking something of an underclassman, that doesn't have to happen. I was the one to propose it. After all, this can be me deciding on my own to accompany him, like a guardian spirit.
A guardian spirit. It sounded oddly realistic when it came from behind me, though it's odd to call any statement having to do with spirits realistic.
You wouldn't mind that, would you? You know, like the kind of uninvited assistant you see all the time in mystery novels.
More talk of mystery novels, and at a time like this, I was starting to feel a bit fed up with just how obsessed with them she was. Not that uninvited assistants could be called much of an officially recognized element of mystery fiction, and, really, her role was more a detective's 2 and 3 days ago, not an assistant's. An uninvited assistant. This was really starting to sound like fan stuff now.
I'm sure I'd be of help to him, and knowing that I couldn't possibly not be by his side. I can't just leave him alone when something is troubling him. I'd like to be able to save him.
I thought people just go and get saved on their own.
That's my uncle's stance. Mine is closer to the folk tale about the crane who returns a favor.
A crane?
Hanekawa sounded confused. She must not have understood what Ogi meant. Neither had I. There didn't seem to be anything crane-like at all about Ogi's actions.
Or the story of the old man who offered his umbrellas to Buddhist statues. What I'm trying to say is that my rule is to pay back any favors with interest. I want people to say, hey, your gratitude tab wasn't this big. Araragi-senpai has been so kind to me. A fresh transfer to the school. I'd like to repay that favor, even if it means putting myself on the line.
I'd been that kind to her after she transferred? Really? Oh, maybe she meant helping her with her map of the school. True? Well, I might have been the one to learn the truth behind the class council meeting. I was originally there to help her with her fieldwork. She did tag along with me for my own fieldwork the next day, though. But that was probably what she meant by paying me back with interest. Not that I knew how serious she was being.
Araragi.
Dealing with Ogi would get her nowhere. Hanekawa's attitude probably wasn't that extreme, but she called my name. I felt nervous, wondering if she was going to attack me now, but no, she said this instead.
Change of plans. I'm going to Miss Oikura's home too. With you, Araragi?
This one surprised me. She almost never changed plans once she'd decided on them. She couldn't stand fickle policies.
No complaints then. Right, Ogi? Your problem is that you don't want Araragi, a lone boy going to Miss Oikura's home. If I go with him, it's no longer an issue. You have no more pretext.
Ogi went silent as she stood at my back. I couldn't see her at all, and wondered what kind of expression she had on. Could she actually be smiling like always? Was she keeping it up even after Hanekawa had gotten Ogi's pretext right through sheer conjecture? A moment passed, and then...
Whether there's a problem or not, don't you have to go visit Miss Senjogahara's home? What kind of person puts their good friend last like that?
My conversation with her will be a long one, so I'll ask her to let me stay the night. It's been a while, but I think we'll have a pajama party.
A pajama party? What an enticing event. Was I invited too? I didn't have a ticket, but maybe there were +1s.
Good enough for you. After all, I can do a better job than you.
Not everything is about how good of a job you can do. A job done too well lacks balance. There's no happy medium there. Though I do think you know that quite well. But good and bad aside, I don't get to decide. It's up to Araragi-senpai.
Huh? Huh?
Will you go with me or will you go with Miss Hanekawa? I'd like you to decide. We defer to your decision. Both Miss Hanekawa and I will do as you say. Yes?
Ogi was issuing another challenge to Hanekawa, who wasn't necessarily accepting it but must have thought that her only choice was to go along with it.
You're right. You choose Araragi. This isn't something I can force you to do.
I'd been given a pretty big choice. No. Like Ogi said, it wasn't a choice, but a decision. While the three of us going together seemed like the most peaceful option, now that Hanakawa and Ogi were fairly at odds with each other, it could be dangerous in its own way. We were talking about Oikura, with whom I was at odds myself, and I didn't want to take on any further risk. That said, knowing that a dispute awaited me didn't mean I should choose neither of them. It wasn't going to be that rough. So I had to make a decision. Do I visit Oikura with Oji, or do I visit her with Hanakawa? Two choices. Pick one. You could also see this as me having to reject one of two offers, both of which I was happy to have received, so I needed to give this consideration. Ogi did seem like the better choice. Yeah. It's not like fieldwork is a first-come, first-served affair, but she was the first to say she'd go with me. Not to mention, I'd already broken my earlier promise to her, the sushi, and she seemed to be the clear pick as far as anything having to do with Oikura. This all started with our investigation of a school building. It's not as if she bore some sort of responsibility regarding Oikura, but it made sense for her to see this through to the end. Well, for us to see this through to the end, I guess? Moreover, as was the case 2 days ago, I really didn't want Hanakawa to see the acrimony between me and Oikura. While Hanakawa might be able to mediate between us, I just didn't feel good about arguing with Oikura in her presence. Ogi apparently looked untrustworthy to Hanakawa, which is why she was worried for me, but that was my fault for misrepresenting her. I'd take responsibility for the rift between the two by creating an opportunity to mend it at a later date, but for now, it seemed best if I visited Oikura with Oji while Hanakawa just went to Senjo Gahara's place as originally planned. Just as I was about to reach this conclusion, Ogi spoke as if to help me along.
Hey, senpai, you don't want to trouble someone you're already indebted to over a personal issue. If it's an internal affair, she's just as external to it as I am. You'd never put Miss Hanakawa in a bad spot, right?
Why, yes, Ogi was exactly right. The girl always said the rightest things.
I promise, if you go with me, then no matter what mystery we find there, I'll present you with yet another solution.
Well, if she was willing to go that far, my conclusion was on the verge of making its way out of my throat, but that was when it happened. Hanakawa followed suit with an expression that was more serious than anything I'd ever seen on her face.
I promise to, Araragi. If you go with me, I'll let you touch my boobs.
And so Hanakawa and I now arrived at Oikura's home. Given how many times she'd moved, I was a bit worried, but as if to allay my fears, what stood before us was at least an apartment building that didn't seem very old, and not a derelict house. Room 444? The number for death 3 times in a row. I guess the management here isn't too spiritual.
This might actually be public housing, not a commercial apartment building.
We climbed the stairs as we talked. The place had no elevator. While it wasn't old, it was hardly modern. It somehow lacked the kind of glamour we youngsters associate with living on one's own. If anything, it looked like a place for families. That she would be living alone in a place for families seemed off in its own way. Here was Hanakawa's view on that.
She, Miss Oikura, must be getting some sort of subsidy.
A subsidy?
Yes, from the government, and it feels like they might have introduced her to this complex as a part of that.
If Hanakawa's conjecture was right, and Oikura did receive a subsidy from the state or local government, it wasn't hard to see why. She'd been living in a house that could be mistaken for an abandoned home, and when I considered her circumstances at the beginning of our relationship, during our time in elementary school, but why had I forgotten something that even Sengoku remembered? No, it wasn't just me. What about my sisters? I still hadn't gotten an opportunity to ask them, but I wondered, did Karen and Tsukihi remember Sodachi Okura? Now that I think of it, maybe I'm a cold guy. I've forgotten about Sengoku too, after all. I didn't recognize her at first.
I don't think you can be blamed for that. You didn't have a particularly memorable relationship with Sengoku or Miss Oikura at the time, right?
Well, sure. Still, it was one thing to forget Sengoku, whom Tsukihi had brought over as a friend. I should have established the kind of relationship with Oikura that persisted in my mind. Had I done so, I probably wouldn't have overlooked her SOS during our first year of middle school. Even the class council meeting during our first year of high school might never have taken place.
Don't blame your past self too much. That's not reflection, you know. Making your past self the villain and protecting your present self will make you repeat the same mistakes forever. Just imagine living the kind of life where you're always being blamed by your future self. Does that seem like fun to you?
There's nothing fun about it. Not fun. The words felt different when they came from a girl who didn't blame or attack the past but faced it head on. They carried weight. That's right. This was about the here and now, not the past. How I acted here, how I faced Oikura. Not the old Oikura, but Oikura now. It was about what I was going to do. Not what I did back then, however trite that may sound. We arrived on the 4th floor where Oikura lived. As a mockery of a vampire, my breathing was of course unbothered by the trip, but Hanakawa's was calm too. She really was an all-powerful class president. Even her base stamina was impressive.
Okay, Araragi, just wait a second.
Here in the stairwell? Why?
Miss Iokura lives alone, right? It might be embarrassing if we rang the doorbell and she came out still in pajamas or loungewear.
I couldn't believe she had such an unlikely scenario in mind. With defenses like that, no wonder I never had the chance to see Hanakawa in street clothes. I just did as I was told. The stuff about pajamas aside, it was probably a good idea to have Oikura speak to Hanakawa alone at first. Though of course I'd leap out if I detected even the slightest attempt to harm Hanakawa coming from Oikura. And so, Hanakawa went up to Oikura's door alone and rang the intercom. Judging by the sound, it wasn't a modern one with a camera or the feature to talk through it, more of a doorbell. You could either talk to someone from the other side of the door or open it and come outside, only increasing the chances of an embarrassing moment. The class president was amazing. She'd managed to avoid an entire scene. But while I was busy admiring her judgment, what happened surpassed her judgment or undercut it. The door did open. It seemed to have a chain attached to it, so I could hear a clang as it ran its length. I then heard Oikura's voice.
Who's there?
While I thought her careless for simply opening her door for an undied visitor, chain or not, maybe she'd seen someone wearing her school's uniform through a fisheye lens. Even if she couldn't identify Hanakawa, a girl she'd barely crossed paths with a few days earlier, she'd at least opened the door for someone from school, a student and a girl, making me think that she may not have opened it had I been standing there. Good thing I hadn't come on my own, I thought as Hanakawa and Oikura began going back and forth. I call it a back and forth, but it didn't seem like much of a conversation. Hanakawa was doggedly trying to persuade Oikura. Even she couldn't make it happen, though. I heard them both talk for a bit, in the dark, about what they were discussing. Was Hanakawa asking for Oikura to let her in, or to come back to school? No, it seemed like something else. What could they be arguing about? While I say arguing, it was nothing like what happened earlier by the school gates with Ogi. I decided I didn't need to leap out of the shadows. What was that ghastly showdown anyway? Many of you might have gotten the wrong idea, but I didn't choose Hanakawa to be my partner over Ogi, because I was ensorcelled by her chest. I chose her because I sensed something far out of the ordinary if the situation was pushing her to say what she did. Perhaps, as Ogi said, Hanakawa was past her prime, and I should have come here with Ogi given the flow of things. Perhaps Hanakawa was all wrong about Ogi, and I was putting my friend in harm's way for no good reason. But I didn't want to become someone who couldn't choose Hanakawa after she went that far, after she said that for me. Even if Hanakawa is wrong, even if I was wrong, Tsubasa Hanakawa had to be the right answer to that question. I did feel bad for Ogi, though. I'd make sure to follow up. Yes, I'd become the kind of person capable of that too. That's right, I don't know about stationary sushi, but I could at least take her to a revolving place. As I was thinking about all this, Hanakawa returned to where I stood. She seemed somehow exhausted. Maybe she'd been turned away unceremoniously? No, she wouldn't just give up. What was it then? What happened?
It's okay, Araragi. Come out.
Her eyes were dead. Just how unproductive of a conversation was it? I can come out, but...
You can go into her apartment. But to spoil it for you, she's still in her pajamas.
Wait, but isn't that exactly what you were trying to prevent?
She said you aren't worth the effort of changing clothes. I tried my best to convince her otherwise, but the more I argued, the more stubborn she got. Eventually, she said she wouldn't change under any circumstances, and that if I kept arguing, she'd come out here naked.
So I bent, Hanakawa said. Oikura had been menacing, though on a matter that was as stupid as could be. Don't worry, even I'm not so shallow enough to get excited over a girl wearing pajamas in this kind of situation.
I don't know. Coming from someone who's just after my boobs...
She understood less about the way I felt than anyone. Sad. But then, who could blame her? Let bygones be bygones, though we're talking about my own past behavior, and face the present instead. Hanakawa was one thing. But why wasn't Oikura shooing me away? Probably because it had spelled defeat. She'd refused to change clothes for the same reason. Now that the gates were open, though, I had to step through them. Even if she'd raised the portcullis just to declare war, my only choice was to accept. Because that was probably my role as Sodachi Oikura's childhood friend. Childhood friends. I'd never even considered that I always had one, but it seemed that my relationship with Ikura was something infinitesimally close to that fantasy. She was a childhood friend, or maybe a friend from long ago. In any case, I, Koyomi Arare, and she, Sodachi Oikura, had been well acquainted. The circumstances were slightly unusual, though. She didn't live nearby the way Sengoku did, nor did we go to the same elementary school, so allow me to give a brief explanation of these slightly unusual circumstances before I face Ikura. I'm very sorry to all of you who are looking forward to Ikura in her pajamas, but stay with me for a moment as I talk about the past. Both of my parents work as police officers, and I've done my best not to tell anyone ever since I was little. From before I can remember. A question on my homework might say, "What do your mom and dad do?" and I still wouldn't reveal their profession. Why did I so assiduously conceal my parents' job? Looking back on it, the answer is that I did as my parents said, at least as a child. In other words, they'd taught me not to discuss their work if at all possible. It's not a memory that comes up unless I try to recall it. As a too obedient youth, I did as they said without asking why, and I've swallowed it whole from then to the present day. But now that I think about it, the admonition had dual meanings. One was ethical. I shouldn't be frivolous and recklessly publicize to strangers that my parents are police, a profession with some social significance. My parents sought what was right and wanted to instill a lesson with their gag order, from a reasoning standpoint. As for the other meaning, you could say it was their emotions speaking, not any sort of reasoning. In other words, publicizing that my parents were police officers could expose me to danger. It was a management issue. Risk management, so to speak. My parents were worried that their jobs could result in harm coming to their kids. While it was overprotective in a way, I don't think you could call it overblown. At least I understand their concerns now that I'm 18. I'd lived my life simply proud of the fact that my parents were both police officers and wanted to brag about it. So while at first I might have questioned or even felt scared about not being able to tell anyone, I was won over by my parents' warning that heroes ought to hide their true identities. Of course, now you have Karen, too stupid to hide her parents' profession. Well, and Tsukihi, who makes full and skillful use of the fact that her parents are police officers. The existence of Suganoki's second middle school's fire sisters have made it almost pointless to keep hiding my parents' occupation. But as they say, old habits die hard. Just as it's hard to parse the actual meaning of that phrase, off the cuff, do old habits suffer intense deaths. Once an act is etched into your mind, it's hard to correct even if you lose sight of the original goal or your memory of it altogether. So I've continued to hide what my parents do, and you could call it meaningless if you want. But there was at least a reason behind my actions, or lack thereof, back during my first year of middle school. Back when I spent an entire summer with a younger Oikura. The summer I spent in a derelict house. The summer I spent growing to love math. I already knew, thanks to Oji, what that summer hid. I'd ignored the SOS Oikura sent me. But then, she shouldn't have known the premise for that SOS. Namely, my parents' job. Even my few friends didn't know what they did, so how could Oikura have found out? The precise question Hanekawa tossed my way early yesterday morning. I didn't have an answer. I didn't have any idea. I felt at the time that it hinted at some special relationship with Oikura, but without any basis in fact. What exactly did she know about me? How much did she know? It felt nothing short of uncanny, but if there was something else between me and her, it had to be from back in elementary school. Yet my memories of our first year in middle school were fuzzy enough. How was I supposed to recall even more distant memories of my time in elementary? As I worried myself, Hanekawa, who'd presented the doubt to me in the first place, advised, if you just can't remember, why not try asking your parents? Your parents watch you, you know. Well, how convincing, coming from me, but as far as I know, your father and mother kept a proper eye on you. They did seem proper, she said. I didn't expect her to understand all the current strife between me and my parents, but the words came from someone who'd come in contact with them. For certain reasons, she'd stayed at the Araragi residence during my own absence. I could allow it, not that I was in a position to sound so high and mighty. I decided to take her advice without a second thought. These were Hanekawa's words at the end of the day. She could tell me to eat a shoe and I just might. Sure enough, the answer became clear. Oikura and I had met during elementary school. In other words, we were childhood friends. To be precise, it happened around the time I was a 6th grader, around the time I played with Sengoku and other friends Tsukihi would bring over. That's when I met Sodachi Oikura. It's not like we played together though, and we didn't attend the same school either. I'm sure she would have been more memorable if she did. My memory of her might have been different too. At least, I'd have talked to her and retained memories of her, just like how I spoke to Sengoku and retained memories of her, even if Oikura had a different name back then. It impressed me that Sengoku did remember her, but according to Sengoku, Nadeko doesn't have many memories of her time in elementary, so she really remembers playing with Tsukihi. We called her Rara then. And of course, Nadeko's time playing with you too, big brother Koyomi. She says the cutest things, but whatever the case, I never played with Oikura. We didn't go to the same school, we didn't play together. And she wasn't even a neighbor. I could see how you might want to ask if we could really be called childhood friends, but however temporary a period in your life. If you live with someone, whether you play with them or not, regardless of how short the time, can't you call that person a childhood friend? I think you can. At least, I might have worded this all in a slightly confusing way, but in essence, something happened one day. One day. I say that like I'm recalling all of this, but unlike the class council meeting I never forgot, or the summer at the derelict house I did recollect, I honestly and truly don't remember. It's nowhere to be found in my memories. I asked my parents, and it's what they told me, and Sengoku remembered it, so I verified it. For my part, I've lost any and all memories of it. I doubt I'll ever recover them. But anyway, one day, my parents brought a girl home with them. This girl, of course, was Sadachi Aikura, as she's called now. Apparently, they told me and my two sisters that she'd be staying with us for a while, so we should be nice to her without any real explanation. At the time, I was a child who saw no one and nothing as more important than my parents. Karen and Tsukihi were still young, in 3rd and 2nd grade respectively, so we didn't particularly object to this sudden and unexplained notification. But I now know why, and I also know why they couldn't tell their elementary-age children why. In other words, my parents had taken the juvenile Oikura to their own home as a way to protect her from her household, the household where violence must have been running rampant. This is only a guess, since I don't know for sure how society worked at the time, but I assume it was even harder than it is now for a public agency to enter into a private household. My parents' actions temporarily taking Oikura into their own home were probably what you'd call borderline, or at least not something to be officially recognized. What you might call extra-legal measures. My parents didn't go into details here. What's important is that Oikura lived in my home and that she met me then. And however obvious this might be, she knew what my parents did. So it was simple. Oikura had met my parents, police officers. It wasn't about having any info. In that case, Oji's reasoning required a bit of correction, or maybe a few small adjustments. The outline might not change, but it did also answer Hanakawa's question. I'll start getting into that later, but as far as how the juvenile Oikura, whom I didn't remember at all, acted, according to my parents, and according to Sengoku, she was a girl who didn't talk at all. It must have been extreme if an introvert like Sengoku described her that way. At the same time, I've met another girl who wouldn't talk, making it easier for me to imagine. I mean, of course, Shinobu Oshino, back when she lived in the abandoned cram school, and not in my shadow Shinobu, back when all she did was glare at me, without a single sound making it out of her mouth. It seemed like you had someone kind of strange with you. She didn't want to play with us, but she didn't try to leave the room either, and she wouldn't talk. Sengoku's words. The more I heard about this girl, the more she sounded like the former Shinobu, but the former Shinobu had a good reason not to talk or budge. In other words, we should assume that juvenile Oikura had one as well. Her household environment, most likely. Juvenile Oikura wouldn't open her heart even after being taken into protection, which is to say at our home. No. It's hard to tell if she even understood what a household was, my mother said. It also seemed like she didn't understand why she was with us, causing her to stiffen up. My mother continued. She might have actually seen it at the time as being abducted and taken to an unknown home. Even if she didn't, she might not have known what it meant to be taken into protection, according to my mother again. God. Not something you could tell a child? In any case, what I heard about Oikura's personality back then was different from her personality at any of the times I'd known her. It seemed inconsistent. Weren't we talking about a totally different person who happened to be around the same age? But as far as I could tell from descriptions of her appearance, it was indeed Oikura, Sadachi Oikura. I couldn't help but wonder which was the true Sadachi Oikura. But I suppose the answer would be, they're all Sadachi Oikura. She wouldn't want me talking about her true self, like I knew anything about her. At the very least, so. I was totally unable to recall the fact that juvenile Oikura had temporarily stayed at my home. That we once lived together. I felt a little bewildered at this truth, delivered by my parents and Sengoku. I'd be lying if I said that no part of me wondered if they might be conspiring to trick me. But how would my parents and Sengoku get their stories straight? However, it did bring one clear fact back to mind. Not about Oikura, or about when she was around, but I remembered how the juvenile Oikura disappeared. The feeling that someone had left our home, that I'd lost something. I could liken it to the feeling of losing sight of what is just and right during that class council meeting. Or of losing a kindred spirit at that abandoned home. That feeling of loss. She'd been the first one to plant it in me. I didn't know what it was. But I'd experienced losing something, or having lost something, and I now recalled it clearly. That feeling of loss, I remembered. However it happened, she suddenly disappeared, though it seems that juvenile Oikura had decided on her own to return to her home. On her own, her parents hadn't come to get her back, nor had mine decided they couldn't keep her under their protection anymore for whatever reason. Juvenile Oikura decided on her own to leave my home to return to her home. I guess that at the end of the day, children's parents are their parents, and their only home is their home, however wretched those parents and miserable that home may be. That's how my dad put it, and maybe he was right. At least, juvenile Oikura must have thought so and found her actions to be correct when she disappeared. My parents didn't go into detail about that either. But I'm sure there were more troubles after she returned home. When I think of the future that awaited her, Oikura's case must not have been resolved in any way my parents had hoped for. It's hard for a DV situation to be resolved, unless someone on the inside sends out an SOS. If no one thinks the problem is a problem, no one is going to go solve it. That's how my parents wrapped things up. They must have jumped to the conclusion that I'd suddenly recalled something from when I was a child, that I'd remembered the juvenile who once lived with us. I'd come to ask them about her, but in fact, I hadn't remembered anything at all and only knew about the episodes that followed. About what was in store for Sodachi Aikura, her tragic life. She'd tried to send out an SOS to my parents through me about a year later, and her SOS had stopped at me. I didn't remember Oikura when we found ourselves at the same middle school. I never had the chance to see her there because we were in different classes, but I still had no clue who she was, even when we met in the derelict house. Of course, her personality had changed completely, and of course, she gave off a very different vibe. But given the fact that she left our home without any notice, without a word, I can't help but think that the reason I didn't was that I'd lost her in more ways than one. She vanished, and I was a cold person. She looked even more pajamaed than I expected. I'd prepared myself emotionally for this, and as a man who'd made it through countless battlefields, I felt ready for any strange twist or turn. But there in the public housing unit stood the very image of a girl in pajamas that a high school boy would conjure, a fastball straight down the middle.
I think her sense of fashion ended up getting refined in this direction because of how long she spent in her room.
Hey. Just as Hanekawa's household environment caused her own sense of fashion to head in an underwear direction, but more pressing than that was the danger posed by Hanekawa whispering in my ear and making me feel like nothing else really mattered. Unlike the sensation of OG whispering in my ear, not that the two could be compared. Oikura undid the door chain and greeted us with an imposing stance. Her arms folded.
I'm impressed you came. I have to admit I admire your guts,
Arara? Huh? I wondered what kind of mean-spirited abuse this could be, but she'd simply misspoken.
Why does your name have to be so impalpable to renounce?
She misspoke yet again. I assume she was trying to say impossible to pronounce. It might have been cute if she'd followed up with sorry, a slip of the tongue, but she only turned her back to me and walked down the hall. Hanekawa closed the door behind us and locked it. If I'm being honest, part of me wanted her to leave it unlocked so it'd be easier to escape, but I didn't see that happening. Yes, I needed to emulate Hanekawa's mental toughness at times like these, especially if I was about to face Oikura. Hanekawa took off her shoes and passed by me.
This is a family rental. 2 bedrooms with a living room, dining room, and kitchen. But there are only 2 pairs of women's shoes here, and they're the same size. We now know for a fact she lives alone. She might be acting that way, but from the smell in the air, I think she made some tea while I went to get you, so be ready to thank her.
My brain couldn't process so much sudden info, though it was also incredible that she'd grasped the layout of the entire home just by entering it. It hadn't even crossed my mind that we might have bad info, that Oikura might not be living alone. Was Tabasa Hanekawa still in her prime? Or what? If anything, she might have grown by facing her past and herself, and she was in fact right. Tea sat ready there in the dining room. She wasn't entirely right though. There were only 2 cups of tea, one in front of Oikura, seated at the table, and another. In short, no tea for me. I guess even Hanekawa couldn't fully comprehend just how much Oikura hated me. Not that it bothered me now. The Spartan room actually attracted more of my attention. No, it went beyond attention. The room felt horribly off, like some sort of spot the mistake puzzle. There was a table, but only 1 chair which Oikura sat in. Even if she'd put them away out of spite for me, she'd have left one for Hanekawa. So there must have only been one from the start. No curtains. Well, lace curtains. But that was all. Looking up at the ceiling, I found only 1 fluorescent bulb. I thought back and remembered the welcome mat at the entrance, but the rooms contained no rugs or carpets. The tea seemed to come with everything you'd want: sugar, milk, spoons, but the cups weren't on saucers. There were lots of other things. It felt like just a little was always missing from these rooms, revealing not so much their tenants' disposition, but the fact that something was off, even uncanny. If I were to be less delicate, I'd say it went beyond uncanny and made it all the way to unsightly. Hanakawa must have had an even stronger sense of this bizarre feeling but betrayed no signs of it.
You seem to be doing well, Miss Oikura. I'm glad.
Yeah? Does it really seem that way? I can't believe it! Just how big of an act was that girl putting on? I knew she was more than a sickly, mild-mannered girl, but still.
Then Oyakura looked, or glared at me.
You know, maybe I should sue her for assault. I'll go to a doctor before this swelling subsides and get a medical certificate. Shouldn't that be enough to get a recommendation or whatever taken away?
You two are even. You did hit her first. It'd be considered self-defense if it came down to it.
I wonder about that.
True. It might be hard to claim self-defense in that situation. Not so much even, they were both losers here. I sighed and glanced at Hanakawa. I tried to make eye contact with her. Would my point get across to her? I wondered. But forget about reciprocating. Hanakawa's already on the move. How sharp was she? I tried to make eye contact with air. What could feel emptier than that? Anyway, with a natural motion, Hanakawa reached for the cup of tea. It's human reflex to notice motion in your field of vision, and the glaring Okura was no exception, as her eyes followed Hanakawa. I quickly went around the table as if to leap on this moment and touched Oikura's cheek, which is to say her injury, with my index finger.
Hey! What you...
Oikura's chair swung back and thunked against the floor, but it was too late. I'd returned to my original position like some kind of touch-and-go, not that I particularly needed to rush back once I'd accomplished my goal, but I might get slapped if I stayed around for too long.
What dare you? Poking my cheek again and again! You think we're so close it's okay to mess around with me like that? Are you trying to get yourself sued?
Putting aside whether or not poking someone's cheek is a crime, and I didn't do it again and again, I pointed at Okura with the opposite hand as the one I poked her with. The index finger of the hand I used to poke her cheek was still bleeding from a safety pin prick, though it would soon heal, just like her cheek. I don't think you'd be able to get a medical certificate if you went to a doctor with that cheek, Oikura.
Huh? What?
She seemed to marvel at the cheek I'd healed using my blood, which is to say a vampire's, as if she didn't know what was going on. Well, of course she didn't. Who would ever think that a poke would heal your cheek? She must have interpreted it as nothing more than a way to ascertain whether or not it had healed. While part of it must have been her unwillingness to believe in a supernatural phenomenon, I also think she hated having any kind of favor bestowed on her by me. I doubt she was being serious when she said she'd sue Senjogahara, but it was also true that my girlfriend had gone a little too far in hitting Oikura with a closed fist. Sorting out the aftermath seemed like the right thing to do.
Gah, that swelling healed after just 2 nights? I can't believe how fast my body recovers.
She credited her own recuperative abilities for erasing her basis for harassing me, and seemed chagrined that her anger had lost its focal point. Hanakawa didn't take the cup she'd reached for. Instead, she returned to her original position.
It looks like you're healthy and fine. You'll be able to come back to school starting tomorrow, won't you, Miss Oikura?
So you're here as class president? Miss Hanakawa, was it?
Whether Oikura really didn't remember Hanakawa, or was just playing dumb, I couldn't be sure. As someone who hadn't been to school since the first term of her first year, she wouldn't know just how much of a threat Hanakawa posed, which meant that Oikura faced a towering foe without even realizing it. The power imbalance between the two seemed comical from where I stood, but it also presented a problem. Sodachi Oikura, the current Sodachi Oikura, was just so weak, so notably fragile that a jab from us to test the waters could demolish her.
That's right. Tsubasa Hanakawa.
Well, she didn't have any sort of vested interest in Oikura the way Senjogahara and I did. The situation between the two couldn't turn that oppositional. I was feeling glad that I'd come here with Hanakawa, but I couldn't allow myself to rely on that fact. She'd tried to send me here on my own at first, because she thought that would be the better move. Either for my sake or Oikura's. Ogi prevented that from happening, and the current situation wasn't what Hanakawa had hoped for.
So I guess you came to get me because the teachers asked you, who was our homeroom teacher again?
Hoshina, a very good homeroom teacher.
A good teacher? Are you trying to claim that good teachers exist?
Oikura had a grin on her face. It might be a grimace, but it was probably the former. There was no need here to grin through any pain. So she did know about Tetsujo. Ogi's reasoning that said Oikura had come to school because Tetsujo was gone seemed to be right on the mark.
I know because I used to be class president myself. Aren't you just letting yourself be used however the teachers want, Miss Hanakawa?
I never thought about it that way, but you're right. I suppose you could see it that way.
Hanakawa deflected Oikura's spiteful words. This kind of reply, neither a denial nor an acceptance, was the most effective way to deal with Oikura as she was now. You could really see Tsubasa Hanakawa's skill from the fact that even her small talk had a point to it. While she was out-argued as far as the pajamas, you could say she was conceding a point she could afford to lose, letting Oikura save face ahead of time. Or perhaps it was just making Hanakawa more serious. As for Oikura, she wasn't even a shadow of her former self, but once upon a time she'd been the brave and widely known leader of our class. She seemed to realize through this brief exchange that Tsubasa Hanakawa was no mere class president, and stopped saying anything unnecessary that might come off as aggressive. She must not have wanted to find herself on the wrong side of a surprise attack. Pride had something to do with her inviting us into her room, but it was her terrain, quite literally her home turf. And in fact, she did act more self-assured compared to the way she'd been in our classroom. But it appeared as though she noticed the situation before her wasn't exactly what she'd imagined. Not that the Oikura we now faced would ever consider retreating, unlike 2 years ago. Her eyes, which is to say her crosshairs, were back on me. She focused her gaze and took aim.
So, I can see why Miss Hanakawa is here, but why you? Araragi?
She said my name slowly, this time, so as not to stumble over it.
I don't want to have to see your face, and I'm sure you don't want to have to see mine either. As far as I remember, the two of us are on horrible terms. Or perhaps I am mistaken.
I could hear her forcing herself to sound polite like some sort of elementary school student. But I saw this as an opportunity. It'd be pointless to wait for the perfect moment. There was no such thing as a best or right moment when it came to me and Oikura. Even if one did exist, it was 2 years, 5 years, maybe even 6 years ago. It had long passed. For now, I'd just think about avoiding the worst possible moment. I'd just think about Oikura. For now, I'd exist for her. You're not mistaken. But I think there's more to it than that. Isn't that what you taught me the day before yesterday? She looked shocked. Was my recollection of the derelict house that unforeseen? Or maybe she just found it unfortunate. But if it was, I doubled down. There's even what happened in elementary school. Oikura then did something unexpected. She snatched her teacup and threw it at me. This left a bitter taste in my mouth. No, not the tea, the situation. A ballpoint pen was one thing, though she did get me with one of those as well. But how could I dodge an airborne splash of liquid? I wasn't capable of the kind of teleportation that would require. I'd be covered in freshly brewed tea, the burns would be one thing. But what really worried me was that Oikura would see them healing. She might even connect the dots and figure out that I'd healed her cheek. My mind worked through all of this, but my body didn't react. Even if it did, this was the kind of crisis where I could only hunch over, but Hanakawa saved me yet again. I don't know when, I really don't, but she'd taken a half step in my direction and stopped the flying cup before it could hit me. No, she didn't stop it, she took it. She didn't sacrifice herself to protect me, not at all. She simply reached out, grabbed the handle of the cup as it spun through the air, twirled it in her hand, seemingly around the overflowing liquid to kill its momentum, and placed it right back on the table. A little spilled out when she put it there, but no more. Oikura's eyes were wide open. The girl who had her thin-eyed glare on me this entire time. Not that I could blame her, I knew just how amazing Hanakawa was, and I bet I was just as wide-eyed. It really did seem like she'd leveled up after what happened on the heels of summer break, or maybe, in the past, she wouldn't have spilled a single drop at the end there.
Oh, I was prepared, thinking it might be dangerous if Miss Ikura threw her tea. I learned my lesson after being unable to stop Miss Sinjobihara the day before yesterday.
Lesson? She'd earned an entire degree. You could never be too careful around this girl when she learned her lessons. So far, the only issue she hadn't been able to neutralize was Oikura's pajamas. It was like I couldn't even get into trouble around her. Even if she'd conceded or surrendered the point with the pajamas, it felt like she'd already earned it back. I began to think that I might go right back to my conversation with Oikura, but of course, life is never that simple. Whatever inhuman danger foiling skills Hanakawa boasted, in the end, it was Oikura that I had to face, not her. Koyomi Araragi did. Oikura, let's talk about the past, about you and me. Oikura went quiet for a moment, and then,
I hate you.
words I'd heard a number of times already. Even so, they hurt me every time she said them.
I want you to find my missing mother.
Many twists and turns later, Oikura eventually said this.
If you do, I wouldn't mind going to school for you or even apologizing to Miss Senjogahara.
To explain how our discussion ended in such a bizarre or even off-the-mark place, I need to go into Sadachi Aikura's history from her perspective. In other words, how she spent her days after leaving this town and the kind of person she was. They're out of my sight. That kind of story. A manhunt is of course a staple element of mysteries, whodunits, and detective stories, so it's not as if this twist turned us in a weird direction. If anything, it flowed naturally, but I still need to describe the channel that it took to this point.
So you remembered. What's more, it looks like you finally understood what I tried to do back then, after 5 whole years, which means you must really think I'm an idiot.
Bitterly, Hanakawa taking the teacup must have been impossible for her to process because she was pretending that it never happened.
The way I tried so hard to pander to you and get you to save me.
Pander to me? Pander to me? Is that how she saw it? During the summer break, I'd remembered I had been the fool for not answering her call for help. It could even sound like a heartwarming episode in the hands of a skilled narrator, but Oikura describing her fey demeanor and joyful smile as pandering only trampled on my tattered memories. I couldn't complain though. Yes, it was the same memory as mine, but seen through her eyes, however she wanted to tarnish it was her choice and hers alone. Still, how could you describe it as anything but bankrupt when she criticized me for forgetting about it and cursed me for remembering it? Not that I wanted to put any failures of her current personality up for debate after everything we'd gone through.
Whoa! What an idiot!
I fully assumed this to be more abuse hurled my way, her sneering at me for never noticing when she'd kindly taught me math. But I was wrong, this time I was wrong. The idiot she talked about was herself this time.
What an idiot! What an idiot! What an idiot! I am such an idiot. I am so embarrassed that I ever pandered to someone like you hoping you'd save me. I threw away my pride to flatter and suck up to someone like you. I licked your boots clean, emotionally. I tried to fix one failure and failed in an even worse way. I'm so embarrassed. I'm so ashamed. I'm so embarrassed. I'm so ashamed. I want to die. I want to disappear.
She screamed and collapsed on the table. It sounded so bad, I thought she might have split her head open, but her face rose seconds later. She returned, looking determined, a grinning, resolute, threatening look. What kind of switch had been flipped in her mind? I want to disappear. Literally speaking, she did disappear. The failure she tried to fix must have meant her custody at the Araragi residence, where she said nothing and opened up to no one. She must have meant the way she failed by not pandering to anyone, if you wanted to put it that way, and going back to her desolate home alone. If that had resulted in her roundabout cry for help, I did have to admit she'd made a distinctive, or rather a very unusual choice, but it also underscored the reason why she couldn't go directly to my parents for that help. In short, she felt self-conscious about how she'd swatted away their outstretched hands in the past.
But Araragi, I think the same thing would have happened. Even if it wasn't me, I don't think there's anything special about my misfortune. These kinds of things, they happen all the time, don't you think? You couldn't possibly feel any sympathy for me. There are a lot of people in worse situations than me, all over Japan, all over the world, all over the papers. I don't have some incurable disease. I'm not starving. I'm not caught up in some war. I'm not getting beaten by some stranger for no good reason. I'm not misfortunate. I'm not misfortunate. I'm not misfortunate. Right? Don't you agree?
Though she was asking me to agree with her, I couldn't say anything if there was one thing I could say. Her misfortune was so deep that pointing to people who were more misfortunate was the only way she could affirm herself. There are a lot of people in worse situations than me. That's not something you say about yourself, is it?
So don't take pity on me. It makes me want to die when someone I hate as much as you takes pity on me.
I don't think there's anything I could say to you that would make a difference, because I haven't paid you back in any way for what I received from you. I was water that thought I'd made myself boil. I had only been on the receiving end with Oikura. In other words, I only ever took from her. There was nothing I could give her now, nothing that could be taken back. So if you say not to pity you, I won't. If you say you don't want me to atone, I of course won't.
What, are you trying to act cool or something? Do you think you're being gallant with that attitude? You're a decent human being. Is that supposed to be manly? All you're doing is giving up.
Yeah, but aren't I giving up in the same way you did? Oh no. I argued back without thinking. I always let my guard down when it feels like I'm in a real conversation. In reality, only I felt that way. It was a one-way street or two opposing lanes of traffic, right and left, cars zooming by one another, head-on collisions just one little steering error away. I thought she might throw something at me again, but nothing sat in front of her, even her spoon or sugar bowl. On further inspection, Hanakawa had them all for some reason. When did she take the opportunity to confiscate them? I hadn't noticed. Hanakawa wasn't inserting herself into our individual strokes, but she would at least create a situation that allowed us to rally. Her position was more a referee's than a partner's, but I was grateful to have someone who'd make fair calls.
What was I supposed to do? It wasn't my fault. It's my parents' fault that I give up, that I run away whenever things are too much for me.
It's my parents' fault. Oikura spoke begrudgingly. She threw words my way instead of objects, words that made flying objects seem like the more preferable of the two.
It's my parents' responsibility that I'm like this now.
What are those parents doing now?
Oh, what's this? You're worried about me. Little old me and my family situation. Why the change? You never once stopped to consider it back in middle school.
Words soaked in cutting sarcasm, but the kind of sarcasm that seemed to wound the speaker too. They could only have come from someone who'd been cut to the bone.
They had themselves a happy divorce after you didn't save me. My mother took me and left this town. As for what my male parent is doing now, I don't have the first clue.
My male parent, that was how she put it. It was quite clear how she felt about him, which suggested that it was her father who'd wrought havoc on that house. He must have been responsible for the violence in that trashed household. I wasn't expecting Okura to have enough extra room in her mind at this point to figure out my line of thinking, but she said, "That's right. My male parent made that house the way it was. That piece of trash." Her face was red, but with what seemed like shame, not anger. Perhaps she felt embarrassed over being such a fool in elementary school, that she made the decision to return to the custody of such a piece of trash. Or perhaps she felt like there was no period in her life when she wasn't a fool, and it embarrassed her.
My mother would hit me now and then, that's all. To take her mind off of him hitting her.
She continued, then paused for a moment, as if to wait for my reaction. She had just told us about being the final link in a chain of violence, but didn't seek compassion. Not at all, so I had no idea at all how to respond or what the right answer was. Once, she'd wanted me to save her. What did she want now? I didn't know. The question seemed worse than illogical. In the end, all I could do was ask a question. Did you decide then to go with your mother, since she was the better choice of the two?
Do you think I was in a position to make any kind of decision? Back then, adults just made all the decisions on their own. I guess you could say my mother was the better choice. But really, society must have seen her as a victim when I look back on it now, and I thought the same back then, too.
Just as she thought her male parent was her father back in elementary school, she thought her mother was a victim back in middle school? It went beyond hopeless. No. What right did I have to make comments about hope when I'd been responsible for keeping it from shining on her life? However, that's not where the hopelessness in Oikura's life ended. Not by a long shot. It would be a little more than 2 years until she entered high school. The period between her second term in middle school to the time she graduated, hopelessness descended upon her again, while she'd been away from this town. Misfortune descended upon her. A kind of misfortune not nearly as bad as incurable illness, starvation, or war. The disappearance of her mother, as she mentioned at the start. The girl deserved at least one decent thing happening in her life, but so far, nothing. It was always in shambles, just like the balance of the room's furnishings. It was a mess and lacked so much.
I don't know just how great of a person you are, well, I do know just how base of a person you are, but you'd have turned out the same way with parents like mine. I mean, I wish they were police officers.
It's not like parents get to choose their children. I argued needlessly again. The words were in part self-reproach, but they seemed to strike her heart much harder than I expected. She looked astounded.
Yes, my mother said the exact same thing to me.
To be honest, I had big expectations, she said, that my life might reverse course, that it might be my big turning point.
I'd been off the mark and hoping that you'd do what I wanted you to do, but I still had expectations. I thought nothing worse could happen now that my family had fallen apart. I told myself I'd already seen rock bottom. Really, that household had always been broken. Even when I was an elementary schooler, I knew what was coming. But I thought failing meant I'd be able to get back up and try again. That, after all the tragedies, someone like me would get to lead a happy life. That's what I expected because it wouldn't make sense otherwise, but that's not what happened at all. My life kept on being tragic.
You're saying the violence continued? From your mother?
Wrong. Were you not listening to me? My mother hit me to take her mind off of my male parent hitting her. She wasn't going to hit me now that the piece of trash was gone.
I still had trouble accepting that premise, but if her logic held up, it did at least mean the chain of violence had been broken. In that case, though, what was so tragic?
One of my grounds for blaming my parents, the reason I've shut myself in like this for over 2 years. My mother shut herself in too. As soon as we became a single mother household, the divorce finally caught up to her. She shut herself in a room of our new home and stopped coming out.
She stopped.
Can you even imagine what it's like for one of your parents to shut herself in? I had to take care of her as a first-year middle schooler. Isn't that laughable?
Go ahead, laugh. She hounded me, laughing herself. Maybe because she'd remembered those times, or maybe because she found it funny that I'd been rendered speechless. I couldn't tell.
There are lots of books and shows out there for parents whose kids are shut-ins, but nothing about how to handle a shut-in parent. So back then, I guess I swore I'd never shut myself in no matter what happened. I didn't think twice about breaking that vow a few years later, of course.
But my mother's case was a serious one, an extreme case of withdrawal. I look completely normal in comparison, Ikura said. She was saying she wasn't as broken as her mother.
It really was awful. She shut herself in a room with a locking door and curled into a ball in the corner. I had to bring and take away all her meals. It wasn't long until she stopped eating altogether. Not only did my mother board up the windows, she kept the curtains shut all day long, making the room pitch black, total darkness. She even unscrewed the bulb so that no one could turn on the lights. And she kept on muttering to herself, muttering on and on about how parents don't get to choose their children. At some point, she even started to ignore anything I said to her like an adolescent or something. She was far more the adolescent than my middle school self, much more the rebel. You sometimes hear about children giving birth to children, but I was a child taking care of a child.
Had the collapse of their household broken Oikura's mother's spirit? Had their household, violent or not, made her happy supporting her heart and mind? In any case, no, I couldn't imagine what a daughter must feel when her mother falls into a state like that. Maybe Senjogahara could show some degree of understanding. No, even her case was different. She never had to take care of her mother.
My grades at school plummeted. It felt so frustrating. All those kids dumber than me passing me by, all because I was a good girl who cared for her mother. Well, the school did seem to consider my situation and offered me their egotistical sympathy by bumping my grades. I mean, how else would I've ever gotten into Naotsu High with grades and a transcript like that?
Perhaps that was why she seemed so unnecessarily proud to be a Naotsu High student in my first-year eyes. Perhaps it was part of the reason for her math complex involving me as well. Something she should have been able to do, but couldn't. Unable to make use of her talents as opportunities were stolen from her, that feeling of being left behind. Given her pride, that multi-year stretch would have been an unimaginable struggle.
But still, your mother is your mom, and your parent is your parent. I'd already lost one of them, so I thought I needed to be careful not to lose the other. That she'd decide to leave her room someday. That maybe she'd even apologize to me for saying things like parents can't choose their children. Maybe she'd say she was glad to have had me. After all, you never know what's going to happen in this world, right? No one knows what the future holds. Or are you going to say that the future is predetermined and locked in place?
Oikura coughed here. Not to pause, but as if she'd choked on something. She'd had trouble saying my name too, so it did seem like she wasn't used to talking.
Fortunately, Japan has relatively substantial social welfare programs. Even if my mother didn't earn money, even if my male parent never sent alimony or child support, get the right documents in order, and a mother with one child can get enough to just barely put food on the table. So I never once thought life would be better if my mother disappeared. That I can be sure of.
Then it resumed, her madness.
Mean, I prayed every single night. Please keep me from thinking life would be better if my mother disappeared. Please keep me from thinking life would be better if my mother disappeared. Please keep me from thinking life would be better if my mother disappeared. Please keep me from thinking life would be better if my mother disappeared.
But my mother disappeared, against my wishes.
She disappeared one day without saying a word to me, without telling me anything. I came home from school and my mother was gone. She disappeared all of a sudden without warning, just like me, wouldn't you say?
They say girls take after their male parents, but I think I'm more like my mother. And Oikura laughed. I suppose she had her mother's laugh.
That's right. I made dinner and took it to her room. When I unlocked the door and went in, it was deserted, with not even a letter left behind. I say she disappeared suddenly and without any notice. But could there have been some kind of sign? Maybe not a sign, but a feeling. I felt like my mother was going to leave me behind and go off somewhere. Just like the way my male parent went off somewhere.
My parents. I don't know where either of them is now. Okura spoke the words, killing any emotions in her voice. Just as she'd killed herself. Just as she'd butchered her own heart.
She seemed to reminisce about the old days, so at first I thought she went off to wherever he was. The thought made me not want to look for her, but that might be the case when I think about it now. She didn't want to try all over again. She was only grieving over her misfortune that was the divorce. In any case, it freed me from having to take care of my mother. I caught back up on my studies. I found a relative who could technically be my guardian and returned to this town thanks to assistance from the state. I didn't really want to come back since I didn't want to have to meet you. But this was the only open spot.
By open spot, she must have meant a place to live. Yet another correct read by Hanakawa. She needed to consider a career in fortune-telling or something. Hanakawa, however, had a troubled expression on her face. What was it? Was something in Ikura's story giving her pause? True, it was difficult to listen to, but her expression didn't exactly match the situation. I didn't understand, but if Hanakawa was deep in thought, I needed to be on even higher alert. So why did you decide to live alone? A relative who's only technically your guardian is still a relative. And why bother moving when you could have kept on living in the home you shared with your mother? You said yourself you didn't want to come back to this town.
Because it was a dump. Taking care of my mother kept me so busy that I didn't have the time to do anything like clean. It was too big for one person to manage anyway. I thought it'd be better to ditch the whole house rather than get to work cleaning it.
Ditch the whole house. Ditch. Could she have hesitated? No, I doubted it. If she'd been pushed to that point, it must not have been something worth protecting or caring for. With no home and no household, why keep protecting a plain house?
T put the lessons I learned to use and decided to go light on the furniture here. Nice and tidy, isn't it?
In an unusual move, maybe just a blunder from her perspective, she looked to me for agreement. I might have obliged her, but couldn't, not in this room. Yes, it was nice and tidy, but not because it was light on the furniture. It was devoid of furniture. The room lacked balance because she was putting whatever lessons she'd learned to use. Learned them, if anything, those lessons were dead. This wasn't what you called ordered or tidy. Also, she'd ignored my first question, surely on purpose. Why choose to live alone when she had a nominal guardian? Was it such a stupid question that she couldn't bother to answer it? Well, maybe it was. It answered itself. She'd spent 2 years straight caring for her caretaker. Being placed under anyone's care must sound like an absurd joke to her. I didn't know how it all worked legally, but it seemed that Ikura had taken care of the problem now that she'd managed to receive public assistance and live alone here in public housing. In any case, Sudachio Ikura returned to her hometown, the town where she spent her days as a young child. I already knew what came after that. She and I were reunited at Naotsuhai, but I'd forgotten about her in every conceivable way. And just as she thought she'd built a place for herself as the class leader, her homeroom teacher and classmates brought her low, or rather, she fell in a pit of her own digging. Then, she spent 2 years in this room, shutting herself in, just like her mother. Regardless of any differences in the gravity of their circumstances, she'd spent just about the same amount of time shutting herself in a room as her mother, and then the day before yesterday, having learned somehow that Tetsujo had gone on maternity leave, she finally decided to return to school. Of course, this return too hit a snag?
Do you understand? I'm not that misfortunate.
Rather proudly, in fact, with a tense grin.
Could happen to anyone, right? Happens all the time to people, to one extent or another. You could barely call it a story of struggle. Okay, I might have had a little harder time than the average person, but how can anyone survive in this world if you're going to say that? Sure, it's unusual that I had a shut-in for a parent, but I should be grateful for the precious and rare experience. I'm not the only misfortunate person in the world, so I need to keep working on things. I think I'm on the fortunate side, seeing as I'm alive.
I couldn't call this an argument she placed before me. Given how flimsy it was, she probably believed her own words less than anyone.
So again, I don't need your sympathy. You don't need to apologize or atone her, Araragi. Forget about any kind of penance. Just talking about this kind of feels like a load's been taken off my back. Anyway.
You'll feel better once you talk about it. Those words? Who had said them to me?
And all of that is in the past, whatever old stories you're looking for, or ancient history. They're all tales that have come to an end. I know I picked fights with you because you annoyed me, but I don't want you to do anything for me after all this time. If I had to make a request, then...
Could you leave? That's what she said. She seemed to have grown smaller over the course of the hour, 1 or maybe 2 times over. It went without saying that her situation wasn't any better just because she finished talking about it all, but it did look like she'd been exorcised of something. All the pride she'd expended to face me dissipating. Was that it? Was Ikura picking fights with me ever since my first year in high school, not because of anything that had to do with math, or because I hadn't given her the help she'd wanted, but because I'd forgotten everything about my 2 interactions with her? Was that the key? And now that it was all clear, now that she'd made me remember, now that she made me know and thrown it all in my face, did she no longer feel possessed? I'm sure Ogi would laugh if I said that. Oh, how she'd laugh. Miss Ikura hates you because she resents you, isn't that obvious, she'd say. This was her residence, so we had no choice or room to fight if she was telling us to leave. We'd have to, but we hadn't completed our goal of getting her to come to class. We might as well have not come at all if we were going to leave now. And so I thought I'd say something to Oikura for the time being. But just as I began calling her name, I was interrupted.
Miss Oikura, did you say you unlocked the door?
Huh? What?
Oikura looked confused for a moment, as if she didn't understand the words, but she used them herself, and quickly realized that Hanakawa was referring to the time she discovered her mother was missing.
Yes, that's right. I unlocked the door and went inside.
But the windows were boarded up, right? And if the door was locked, how did your mother leave?
Hanakawa's point startled me. I'd completely failed to ask about this, but yes, it was strange. I never expected to encounter another locked room, after all that had happened, and the circumstances around this case were different from that strange classroom I'd been trapped in with Oji. A plain locked room with no relation to aberrations, and one that suggested foul play. This really was like a mystery novel. A simple, uncomplicated locked room, making it impossible to know where to start, a room with boarded up windows and a locked door. The structure was too simple for it to contain any kind of tricks. And Oikura was saying that a human being vanished from inside of it. A disappearance from inside a locked room. A universal theme, yes, but...
How? Through the door. How else?
But Ikura, a party to the case, didn't seem to get what Hanakawa was saying, and was wondering why she was so caught up in minor details.
You just have to turn the lock from the inside to open the door. Then she can leave, right?
Was it an auto-locking door?
Just how modern do you think our place was? It was an old rental, so it had a normal lock. The key was sitting around somewhere or other, though, so she must have locked it again as she left.
Oh. Well, that did serve as one logical explanation, but I felt I knew what Hanakawa was thinking. Would a person who was about to disappear go to the trouble of locking a door back up, wherever she was disappearing to? Wouldn't she want to leave the scene as quickly as possible to pull off her disappearing act? At least it was hard to imagine she had the presence of mind to search for a key that lay somewhere or other. Even if she did have the time. In other words, the fact that Oikura had to open the lock when she discovered her mother's disappearance didn't make logical sense.
Why do you care about such a minor detail I could be misremembering? Or maybe my mother locked it for no real reason. Thinking it was better.
Well, okay, sure.
It was as if she was only pretending to listen to Oikura's view. Well, she did listen, but not as if she was taking it into consideration. Hanakawa's feeling that something was off must have come from Oikura's story as a whole, not just this point. The mother's disappearance was the part that broke it all apart. Not that I had any idea what had precipitated her doubts. But yes, overwhelmed by Oikura's story, by her upbringing, I'd neglected to do much thinking at all. But that was just me. Oikura's view did have some merit to it, of course. Faced with Sadachi Oikura, a girl who rationality stood no chance against, who in fact only ever acted counter to rationality, it didn't seem that strange for a person to go out of her way to scrupulously lock up as she disappeared. But speaking of locking up, in that case, Oikura, forget about the door to the room. What about your front door? Was it open, or was it locked?
Huh? Why would you bother asking? I don't remember. If I don't remember, that means it didn't make an impression on me, so I guess it was locked. If it had been open, I'd have thought something was strange from that moment.
That would mean Oikura's mother not only made sure to lock up the door to her room before leaving, but the front door as well.
T guessed she wanted to make sure no burglars got in for the sake of the daughter she was leaving behind. I'm sure there was a spare key to the front door lying around somewhere.
Probably not anywhere as obvious as under a potted plant, but surely you could find some kind of extra key to the front door with a little bit of searching, just like you could find a key to that room. At least, it wasn't physically impossible.
So that burglars wouldn't come in for my sake. My mother would never do something so admirable. She'd never act like some kind of guardian.
I'd been defending Oikura's view if anything, but she shot me down, in the face of this irrationality. Whether or not a door or two had been locked or unlocked seemed less significant. Still, Hanakawa continued to think, almost as if she felt troubled. What exactly was she trying to focus on? At this rate, I couldn't possibly ask her about her promise to let me touch her chest. Not that it was on my mind at all, of course. Oikura seemed irritated.
One, don't get it? Does my mother's disappearance interest you that much? Why, I don't understand most of what my mother did. I don't know why she suddenly disappeared or why she let her spirit be broken over that man. I don't understand why she wanted to stick with someone like him when he kept hitting her. Did I say this already or did I not? It wasn't my mother subjected to violence, who said she wanted a divorce, but my male parent, I really don't get it. What is with my family? Well, we're not a family anymore. We never were from the start. What's with me? Tell me, Araragi, do you have any idea how I felt when I was taken into protection at your home?
Huh?
He thought you were putting on some kind of show because I thought my household was the norm. I couldn't believe that a house with unbroken windows, unbroken floors, a tidy little house like that, a household that peaceful could actually exist. That's why I just kept glaring at you without saying a word. Do you remember that?
Yeah. I nodded, but this was a lie. I didn't remember anything about that time. But just as Sengoku remembered it clearly, Oikura had found it an intense experience as well. It was all too bright, she said. I'm going to go ahead and say here that while my family might be unique in that both of my parents are police officers, we aren't particularly special. I think we're a very normal household. When we didn't get along just like normal. It was too bright for her. The completely normal. Even the ways we didn't get along.
That was too bright for me, and so I ran away. It dazzled my eyes, and I thought I'd go blind. I thought the warmth, the comfort there would destroy me. But it was no good. Too late. Once I saw that, I realized how miserable my own house was.
It would have been better if I didn't know. It would have been better if you and I, if we had never met, said Oikura.
Once I realized that, it was hopeless. When I tried to act out and do something about it, I was called rebellious. It got me hit even more. I was beaten when people wouldn't see. In places people couldn't see. But while I'd run away once, I couldn't do it again. Not anymore. Which is why I even thought it was some kind of fate that we met again in middle school. I tried so hard to pander to you, remember? Of course, as a result, I was a little too harsh with you when we were reunited for a second time in high school. Not that it mattered since you'd forgotten about me anyway.
And now she was an emotionally unstable girl during this, our third time being reunited. As if all of her personalities had merged. She'd walked a terrible road. She had lost her way to the point where I wondered how one person could stray so far.
God, things never go well for me, do they? Just as I thought I could finally start over now that Titsuchu is gone, I could put in the same class as you again. Unbelievable.
It really does feel like some kind of fate, Oikura continued.
Some kind of cursed fate? You show up at every turning point in my life to spread disaster everywhere.
Says my fault.
Yes, my life is a total mess thanks to you, no.
She shook her head, forcefully.
No, it's not your fault. I'm the one to blame. It's not even my parents' fault. My mother was right. She'd have had a more decent life if she'd given birth to anyone but me. I'm to blame. I'm to blame. I'm to blame.
I'm to hate. I hate me.
But you know, Araragi, I can't keep going unless I make it your fault. I'm sorry, but won't you play the villain for me? It's no good anymore. Making my parents the villains just isn't enough.
Oikura.
Why doesn't it ever go well? I'm doing everything I should be doing.
I'm working hard. I'm giving it my all. Sure, I'm messed up in a lot of ways, whether it's my personality or my head, but I haven't done anything so bad that I deserve this kind of punishment, have I? Tell me, Araragi, you're happy right now, aren't you? And if you think I've done anything at all to contribute to that, If you think that for my sake, then tell me, why can't I be happy?
You can't be happy because... It was Hanakawa who answered before I even got a chance to think.
You're not trying to be happy. No one can make you happy when you're not even trying.
Sounds like you know this from experience.
T don't know everything. I only know what I know.
For some reason, Oikura's expression relaxed when she heard Hanakawa's harsh words. Then,
You know, you're exactly right. Bingo! I mean, I'm so fragile that I'd be crushed like a bug if I ever was happy. Both my eyes and my body destroyed. I can't bear the weight of happiness. I'd rather be soaked from head to toe in lukewarm unhappiness and make do with it than be happy after all this time. I want to live with drenched shoes, and that's what I've done. Yeah. I don't want to be happy after all this time. It's too late.
too late. In that case, when could I have made it in time? 2 years ago? 5 years ago? 6 years ago? Or was it already too late before any of that for my childhood friend? Was it all in the past? Something that couldn't be undone at this point? Too late and irrecoverable? No, it wasn't. That wasn't it. Hanakawa was right. Attacking your old self isn't learning from the past, but a way to avoid responsibility. But that doesn't mean the right thing to do is to give up and cut the past loose. I don't know what the right thing to do is. I don't know what's right. It's something I've lost sight of, something I've lost. But I did feel like I knew when something was wrong, and I wasn't wrong to think it was wrong. To leave her like this and go home. There's no such thing in this world as happiness so heavy it'd crush you. Happiness isn't bright or heavy. Stop overestimating happiness. Happiness in all its forms suits you fine. It's perfect for you. Tailor-made it look just right on you. So don't hate happiness like that. Don't hate the world, don't hate everything around you, don't hate yourself. All of that hate in you, give it to me, I'll accept it. So please, you need to start loving yourself more. Start loving Sodachi Oikura. You can hate me as much as you want, so just love yourself, at least as much as I used to love you. It's true, I'm happy now, which is why I can say this. This kind of thing is normal for anyone. Nudge. I felt a light jab to my side. It was Hanakawa. This brought me back to my senses. What was I saying? What was I doing? Hanakawa was finally talking to Oikura and I'd interrupted her. I should have left the rest up to Hanakawa once she got started. But I had to butt in. I gritted my teeth, ready to be scolded, but she just pulled her hand back and whispered so that only I could hear.
Nice one.
It did relieve me to know that my reckless words hadn't displeased her, but the question remained. Of how exactly Sodachi Oikura took them, my reckless, even ungrateful words aimed at this girl, who had undoubtedly been responsible in part for my happiness. And she took them by saying,
Town hall?
Town hall. She looked up, like she was tired.
Someone from town hall's coming soon. I'm sorry to say this just as you're getting this passionate, but really, could you please go home? They're gonna check if everything is fine with my living situation. If I'm being honest with you, they're just barely overlooking the fact that I'm not going to school. It'd be really bad if they saw me arguing with my classmates.
An excuse to drive us off? But in that case, wouldn't she have used it earlier, which meant it wasn't a lie? At least, Hanakawa seemed to come to that conclusion.
Then we'll leave for today. But we're coming back again tomorrow. And the day after, weekend or not. It might annoy you, but that's how we do things. We annoy the people we like.
Oh, oops, Hanakawa continued, tacking on another comment.
Almost forgot. I ought to say this first. I actually kind of like you a lot now.
Those words from Tsubasa Hanakawa made Sodachi Oikura look sincerely troubled, and she looked at the floor, resentfully it seemed.
D! In that case, you two want you to find my missing mother. If you do, I wouldn't mind going to school for you, or even apologizing to Miss Senjo Gahara.
Hanakawa and I, class president and vice president, should have been happy to know the exact goal we needed to work toward. But when I thought about it, it could also be seen as Oikura brushing us off, a declaration that she wasn't coming to school if we didn't find her mother.
T would be fine with that. The fact that we're seeing even the smallest signs of the misunderstanding between you and Miss Oikura starting to thaw is really as good as it can get.
Signs of it thawing. Huh. Well, if you're okay with it. In reality, we must not have done much more than stir Oikura's emotions. They might settle back into stubbornness by tomorrow. And if not tomorrow, then the day after. The sculpture that was her hatred for me had spent 2, 5, or maybe even 6 years hardening and settling into place. It wouldn't be that easy to melt it all down. We had to approach this with patience. But should you really say that's as good as it can get, President Hanakawa? Our mission is to get her to go to school.
T don't plan on forcing her to do anything so long as she settles things with Miss Senjugahara, or at least cools them down. High school isn't worth attending begrudgingly anyway.
So even Hanakawa, with her commitment to seriousness, was going to say that, but true. It did feel like I had no right to urge Oikura to go to school. She wouldn't have to go to school to graduate and head to college. She only needed to make sure she got good grades. There was no need for her to force herself to live a miserable school life. But
Yes, but if she can have an enjoyable school life, I want her to live it, even if it means forcing her for the half year she has left. Your adolescence is your adolescence, even if it's short. She's going to have to apologize to Miss Senjugahara.
that seems like the toughest problem of all to me.
If you're going to be solving problems, isn't it more fun to start with the hard ones?
We left Oikura's place, climbed down the stairs, exited the building, then moved to the plaza inside the apartment block. It seemed like the kind of plaza where residents would have their children play, but it was deserted, either as a result of the time of day or for some other reason. The desolate sight was sad but just right for thinking. We decided to consider things there, to consider the case of Oikura's mother's disappearance from the locked room. Of course, it was only a disappearance from a locked room, if you looked at it from a mystery novel perspective. In fantasy fiction, it was called being spirited away. After all, an adult human being had vanished like smoke into thin air. What I expected was that we'd each go back home and bring our findings to school the next day after a night of consideration. To discuss the matter and come to a conclusion, I assumed we'd be on that kind of schedule. But maybe that's the difference between genius and mediocrity, because Hanakawa said, "Okay, let's at least figure out what direction to go in while Miss Ikura's dealing with Town Hall. If we can come up with a good enough conclusion here, we'll be able to report back to her after this person leaves." True, this would let us make a deal before Ikura's emotions had settled back down, and it would be ideal if she and Senjugahara came back to school the very next day. I could have thought for a century and not come up with the idea, putting aside the question of how realistic it was for 2 high school students to search for a missing person. Something a real-life detective would dedicate a huge amount of resources to. Smart people are just so quick on their feet. These thoughts ran through my mind as I tried what seemed like a good starting point. One know what Ikura said, but I agree. Something seems strange. I'm siding with you here. It doesn't make sense for her mother to lock up if she left on her own. The front door is one thing, but the lock to the room she'd shut herself in. That seems... especially...
T think the front door is strange enough on its own. I think Miss Oyakura is right about that. Even if she was just reflexively disagreeing with us. It really doesn't make sense for someone in that tight of a psychological spot to bother locking the door to a house she's not planning on returning to.
It was hard to tell if clearing up those doubts would help us at all. To solve the mystery of the locked room? No. I'll just say pinning down her mother's whereabouts. It even seemed unlikely, but it was the biggest clue we could see at the moment. What possibilities can you think of in that case? If Ikura's mother wasn't the one to lock the door, was she abducted? Did a kidnapper grab her mother and return the locks to their original positions as a form of camouflage?
Well, yes, that's possible. It would make more sense for a kidnapper to resort to camouflage than someone trying to go missing, that, or an accident.
Like what?
As in, she never had plans to disappear. She just felt like going out, so she locked her door to make sure no one came into the room while she was away. And she locked the front door as one does. Then she got into or encountered some kind of accident while she was out, making it impossible for her to return, or it's possible that she felt like disappearing while she was out.
That does seem to be the best explanation we have right now. It was pretty hard to imagine what wanting to vanish felt like, but this did seem like a far more likely kind of whim than Oikura's theory that her mother locked the room and the front door, because she felt like it. But then Hanakawa continued. I don't understand why she'd randomly go outside after shutting herself in for all that time. She shook her head. Despite being a shut-in for 2 years, one day she randomly decides to go outside and randomly gets the idea to disappear. I could maybe accept one of those things happening, but both seems a little unreasonable. Well, no. It's only Oikura's impression that she hadn't left that room for 2 years. Who knows? She might have been sneaking out and doing some shopping while Ikura was at school.
Why bother sneaking out? We're talking about an adult. It's not like anyone would get mad at her if they found out.
But in their case, Oikura was taking care of her mother, and maybe she'd quit if she saw her mother strolling around town. What kind of a mother was I talking about? It was of course just a hypothesis, an example that I was proposing. Our missing person being Oikura's mother, who had been under her own daughter's care though, was neither a hypothesis nor an example.
Okay, you've convinced me. Keep going.
So, then, she left home, the way she always did, though I'm sure it'd be hard to make sure, but no one at all saw her, and then one day she came up with the idea of running off? The context didn't seem to make sense when I tried to connect the dots with the first half of my idea. While it seemed improbable that someone who'd isolated herself from society for 2 years not only went outside but suddenly had the idea of vanishing while doing so, it seemed even more improbable for a pseudo-shut-in who'd been going outside in good health nearly every day suddenly deciding to vanish. She would have been living a normal life, after all. While I'm sure disappearances happen more often than locked room mysteries and humans getting spirited away, it isn't the kind of thing you'd be thinking about if you're living a normal life compared to that. It felt more realistic for a person who'd been a shut-in for 2 years to make a promise to herself to vanish. Not that this was entirely about what felt realistic. Of all the ideas we've had until now, the only one involving someone else is kidnapping. Can you think of any reason someone would kidnap not a child, but an adult at her residence at that? For ransom?
No. Their family was living on government assistance. It couldn't have been for money. If they were targeting her in her home, they'd done their research, and it's not like there was any demand for money in the first place, right?
So it was herself they were after? Who could have a motive to kidnap Oikura's mother? Her father? Oikura doesn't even know where he lives.
I guess he would be one likely suspect.
At first, Oikura seemed to have suspected that her missing mother had gone to her father's. But in this case, it would have been the opposite. Her father going to her mother. He'd been the one to file for divorce, but it did seem quite possible for an old flame to have reignited in him.
That also raises the possibility that both of them felt like their relationship had rekindled, in which case they eloped. I mean, she would have at least put up a little bit of a fight if it had been a forced abduction, right? And Oikura would have noticed whatever marks were left behind. No markings means that her mother could have been abducted after coming to some sort of agreement, even if it was a forced one. Hold on, Araragi. It's possible for a forceful abduction to leave no traces. Well, Miss Oikura's home may be nice and tidy at the moment, but at one point she didn't have the time to clean and it was full of trash, remember? If the place was a mess to begin with, she might not have noticed a scuffle.
Oh, yeah. I guess you could compare it to Kanbaru's room. A room on the level of Kanbaru's might actually end up tidier if you had a fight in it. But assuming it hadn't been quite that messy, Hanaka was right.
But of course it's possible that she agreed to leave, that she decided to set off on a journey, maybe even with someone else, not necessarily Miss Oikura's father.
Like who? Do you have anyone in mind?
No one. I just wonder if she'd really leave her daughter behind like she was eloping if it was her ex-husband.
Elopement. Huh. But in that case, getting a new start with her old husband seems like a possible explanation for leaving Oikura behind. They could try to make it work again if it was just the two of them or something like that.
You seem quite familiar with male psychology, Araragi.
No, hold on. I don't mean it like that.
I'm joking. That is something we'll have to look into if we're going to figure out where Miss Oikura's mother went, though.
Hanakawa clapped her hands together as if to mark a take. Maybe she wanted to punctuate the conversation here. I think it goes without saying, but she wasn't applauding.
I think we should consider at this point that locating her won't necessarily be desirable for Miss Oikura. Of course, it was unlikely from the start that we'd end up with any happy outcome.
Well, yeah. If the signs really do point to a conclusion like her parents eloping on their own and leaving Oikura behind, I'd have a tough time telling her, no matter how I think about it.
T could be worse than just having a tough time. We might not be able to tell her at all.
What do you mean?
We should think of this separately from the locked room, but we can't ignore the possibility that her missing mother is no longer with us. To take that a step further, her mother may have been killed by someone before this disappearance, or by the time she went missing.
Killed. Anne.
I know people are split on whether it's easier to carry a corpse as compared to a live body, but the perp thought that a dead body would be easier to carry, since it wouldn't struggle.
You just as often hear that it's hard to carry a corpse because it's stiff and won't try to support itself. People do seem to be split on that, but I guess there's room to speculate which side of the argument the perp would be on. But, I said, now that we've come this far, I think we need to tell Ikora about whatever we find, no matter how painful or maybe not we. It's my duty. I'm sure she doesn't expect to see her mother again either.
That's the thing.
Hmm?
TT comes down to why Miss Ikura gave us this important mission of finding her mother isn't that hard to understand.
Well, it vaguely seemed like a reasonable assumption that a daughter would want to find her mother, so it'd be a request she might make, but it wasn't as if she liked her mother. Her mother was only a bit better than her father, and the difference between the two may not have been that large. I didn't know how Ikura mentally classified her mother, or processed their relationship, but I did know for sure that this wasn't about her finding her mother because she wanted to live with her again. What was Ikura after when she sent us looking for her mother? She surely would have gone with something else if she was only looking for an excuse to shoo us away. Ikura's goal, what was it that she wanted to know? I don't know, but there's probably something that she just can't come to terms with and it's been nagging at her all this time. Don't you think that's possible? In other words, despite everything she said to us, she thinks there's something strange about the circumstances of her mother's disappearance in her heart of hearts. Vanishing out of the blue like that. She mentioned that she takes after her mother. And who knows, maybe that's why she's scared. She's afraid that she might disappear all of a sudden herself, for no reason at all, that she might fade away like a puff of smoke. Vanish, just like she did in elementary school. Not funny, I wasn't letting her. I wasn't letting Ikura vanish, not again. Practically speaking, even if locating her mother proved to be impossible, we would certainly get another chance to speak to Ikura if we came up with some line of thinking that provided a hint, not that I wanted her thanks or anything. You know what it was? This is what I thought. It might not be so bad if I lowered my intensity as a human yet another degree from where it was now.
Okay, let's start again from the very beginning and summarize all our doubts about her mother's disappearance. We'll decide which to keep and which to throw out. I know we didn't come up with any decisive plans for a solution, but I really do think this is the most vital part. In other words, how did the room get locked? You don't know, do you?
Right. I don't know.
Really? You don't know?
And then? Darkness suddenly interrupted my time with Hanakawa. Black day had switched to night in an instant. It was only an illusion, though. It was still before dusk. Grown-out black hair had fallen across my face, that was all. It belonged to Ogi Oshino. Ogi. Ogi was here.
You can't figure out the mystery behind a locked room. I know that you're a fool, Araragi-senpai, but even you, Miss Hanakawa?
Hanakawa looked up. Why is Ogi here? Is that what she thought? No, not at this point. Hanakawa herself said that while it had taken some time to look up Oikura's current address, it wasn't by any means impossible, the annoying scenario she'd brought up. Ogi going back to school and looking up the address. She grinned at us, but even her smile was pretty scary in that case.
Oh, I was just so curious. So I decided to come and check in on you, even though I knew I was being invasive. I thought there might be a chance you couldn't be of any help, Miss Hanakawa, and I was right, sure enough. And to think that someone of your level snatched Araragi-senpai from me and walked off with him, it makes me want to laugh. My goodness.
Ogi forced herself between Hanakawa and me, squeezing her body to fit there like some kind of battle for seats in a crowded train. Even Hanakawa had to give in. Part of her seemed baffled, though she couldn't have been confused by the fact that Ogi was here, having predicted that she'd make it here before us. If Hanakawa found anything strange about this situation, it wasn't Ogi's presence, but why she was speaking to us now, at this exact point in time. I didn't know either a grudge over what happened at the school gate.
Yes, all that work you did luring him with those lumps of flesh on your chest, and nothing to show for it. Ha, 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 ha.
A serious grudge. I'd planned to follow up the next day, but it seemed I was too late. My legwork was only that of an average person, and I was going to have to pay for my torpor.
How embarrassing. How. I'd be so embarrassed that I couldn't keep going, getting him to pick me by seducing him with my feminine charms, only to cause him more trouble than if he'd gone alone. Even I look pitiful here. When I think about it, he wouldn't have had to feel this way if only I'd been with him, but now it's turned out like this because I let your breasts steal him away.
Ogi turned to face me. She really seemed to be enjoying this. She was savoring the situation from the bottom of her heart. In other words, she enjoyed wedging herself in between me and Hanakawa.
I'm sorry for making you feel so uneasy. If only you'd picked me back there. But I won't blame you. I won't blame you. That's right. I won't. Everyone makes mistakes. After all, isn't that right, Miss Hanakawa? You'll forgive him too, won't you? For making the huge blunder of choosing you. You know, why don't you say it to him out loud? You aren't to blame for my foolishness, Araragi.
Hanakawa continued to say nothing to Ogi's show of utter disrespect. Maybe she couldn't say anything. I had to, though. Ogi could act however she wanted towards me, but I wouldn't stand for her being this high-handed with Hanakawa. Hey, Ogi!
Personally, I've already figured out that locked room.
What?
And where her mother might have gone off to, well, for the most part.
To some degree, Ogi chuckled faintly, as if to laugh at Hanakawa behind her. Though she faced me, her words were meant to attack Hanakawa.
In fact, I can't believe there's someone who hasn't figured it out, especially that there's someone with big breasts who hasn't. You have to be pretty stupid to be unable to figure out this mystery. I bet even you've figured it out, actually. Haven't you, Araragi senpai? You're only playing along for the sake of a certain someone whose name starts with an H. It's unthinkable for anyone not to have figured this out. At least anyone who tried to plunder someone else's fieldwork partner.
Oh, Ogi, hold. It's not like you've heard much about this situation yourself. You only heard a few scraps of our conversation as you arrived here, right? I don't see how you could solve this mystery with that alone.
No, a few scraps are more than enough here, so long as you don't have big breasts.
Her hostility toward big breasts was relentless. It seemed that what really got to Ogi wasn't the fact that her fieldwork partner had been taken away, but that he'd been taken away by big breasts. I felt like I was finally getting a glimpse of her younger age. Leaving that aside, what did it mean? Ogi claimed the locked room was simple, even if she was exaggerating to annoy Hanakawa. Ogi's main investigatory tool was listening. As far as I knew, she wasn't like one of those master detectives who solved a mystery immediately upon arriving at a scene. No, but at the same time, I couldn't imagine it all being an act when she'd so deftly dismantled what happened at the class council meeting and in the derelict house. If she said she'd solved it, she really must have the mystery of Oikura's mother's disappearance. Ogi even claimed to know where she'd gone, qualified with it for the most part, of course, but it'd still be impressive. It might be enough to satisfy Oikura getting her to come back to school. Even then, it was hard to believe. Mimoshino's niece or not, how much could she have understood after hearing so little info? Ogio, what exactly do you know?
T don't know anything. It's you who knows her in elementary school, her in middle school, her in high school. You know Sadachi Oikura, so it shouldn't be too difficult to pin down the truth about her mother.
So long as you don't have big breasts, she insisted.
Speaking of, Miss Hanekawa, you used to have braids and glasses, right? It was a good choice to stop wearing those. You'd be committing fraud dressing up to look that smart when you can't even solve a problem like this. One, you'd be arrested, nabbed. But while this might have been an extremely simple practice question for me, if you seriously can't figure it out, Miss Hanekawa, I suppose I could indulge you, since I want to be a good underclassman to you too. All you have to do is apologize for your big breasts.
Apologize for her big breasts? The weirdest situation ever. Obi seemed to mean it, though. She stood up from her spot between us to stand directly in front of Hanakawa facing her.
Stomai, let all of my nourishment go to my boobs. Hoogie, my junior, I just can't solve this paltry question, so please tell me the answer. I promise I'll never snatch Araragi away from you again. Say that to me, and I wouldn't mind giving you the model answer.
Clearly enjoying herself, Obi stood there smirking. Of course, none of this had anything to do with her since she'd never met Aikura. who was just an investigation topic, it made sense that Ogi was treating it as some kind of game. For me and Hanakawa, though, this was no game at all. We could afford to be stubborn here if it was. But this involved Oikura's life. Afraid that Hanakawa was going to fold, I stepped in. Ogi, I'll ask you. I'll be the one to ask. That's good enough, isn't it? So if you know, please tell us. What happened to the Ikuras 3 years ago?
Really? Now, what should I do? I'm legitimately, if you're asking. You just have that effect on me.
She seemed to be enjoying herself even more.
What do you think, Miss Hanakawa? Shall I do as he asks? Shall I forgive his betrayal? Even you'd be able to figure it out then, so please, don't stay so silent and answer me. I'm going to the trouble of asking you so that you can save face.
Hanakawa didn't answer. She only looked at Ogi, even in this situation. She seemed to be analyzing the presence that was Ogi Ashino, her true form, trying to see into her, trying to see past her.
It's so boring when you don't say anything. You really aren't as impressive as my uncle made you sound. You know, I bet you weren't even that much to speak of in your prime. Everyone around you just held you up higher than you deserved. Fine, then. In that case, Araragi senpai?
Ogi let out a sigh, as if she was bored of poking fun at Hanakawa, and spoke to me.
I made a mistake in choosing someone as unimpressive as Hanakawa. You are my only partner, OG. Say that, and I'll give you the answer. The truth and all.
Why? I hesitated. She expected me to say that?
I'm not compromising on this condition. I don't want you changing a single syllable, okay? Not even. Oh, gee. I like your just right chest over Hanekawa's giant breasts. What's the matter? There's no need to hesitate. Is there? Miss Oikura is sure to be happy to learn the answer isn't now the time for you to repay her for all she did. Or are you still going to prioritize Miss Hanakawa's chest?
Mixing in all that chess talk made it confusing, but she was right. If this was for Ikura's sake, there was only one decision I could make. I could never abnegate my beliefs with words like those, but if I were to refuse, she might force Hanakawa to make a request she should never have to make. She might be forced to admit defeat to Oji. That'd be even worse, even if Oji reached the solution before Hanakawa here. I didn't want Hanakawa to admit defeat. I didn't want to see Hanakawa like that. It was a terrible prisoner's dilemma, but I was just going to have to fold before she did.
You better not, Araragi.
Then, Hanakawa spoke.
Don't say it, even if it's a lie, even if it's for my sake. I still don't want you saying anything like that.
But, Hanakawa.
I won't say it either. I'm going to snatch you away as many times as I like.
Then she stood.
Ogi, I want you to give me 10 seconds to prove it that Araragi was right to pick me.
10.
Ogi began her countdown. No discussions, no negotiations. Right, the lightness of Ogi's footwork, the speed at which she made decisions was brilliant. Her rivalry with Tsubasa Hanakawa existed on more than a verbal level.
9.
Hanakawa began to move swiftly. What was she doing? Where was she going? She headed toward the water fountains in the corner of the plaza. The water fountains? She felt thirsty? At a time like this?
8.
No. Once she turned the spigot, she plunged her head into the stream below.
7.
The valve was as open as it could go. What seemed like a waterfall drenched Hanakawa's head. She was like one of those ascetics. Was she trying to cool her head that forcefully? Was she trying to cool down because Ogi's provocations had gotten her worked up?
6.
Half of her time limit had passed. If this were a test, Hanakawa would already be checking her answers, but no, she was still busy bathing. She must have said 10 seconds to keep Ogi at bay. I panicked. Shouldn't she have asked for at least 30 seconds, if not a minute? Then again, she must have thought that Ogi wouldn't accept the duel otherwise.
5.
She closed the spigot. Hanakawa quickly shook her head, like a cat who'd been in the rain, and something appeared different about her hair. Any dye in it had fallen off, showing about half a head's worth of white hair mixed in it. From afar, the black and white blended to make the whole look gray. Gray matter, Ogi muttered before continuing.
4.
Hanakawa returned to us with quick, long strides forget about her head. Even her uniform was drenched. It looked like a storm had opened up on her and no one else. She returned, then sat again, grandly. Water flew from her speed and force, but her intensity kept me from trying to wipe it off.
3.
Hanakawa thought.
2.
Hanakawa thought.
1.
Hanakawa thought.
0.
You don't need to count to 0.
Hanakawa finished thinking.
T-win. T-win. But this is...
Though Tsubasa Hanakawa declared victory, she seemed in no way haughty or proud, neither the victoriousness of victory nor the winnerliness of a winner. I saw distress on her face, if anything, like she'd savored the taste of defeat. Ogi, meanwhile, was unchanged. Not a thing about her had changed. She was still grinning even after Hanakawa's proclamation now. Ogi even looked to be enjoying this. I had no idea what to do while the two fought this battle of wits off in another dimension. Knowing nothing about either the mystery or their thoughts, I could only sit there quietly.
You.
Hanakawa spoke at last, as if she couldn't believe it.
You really came up with this as your first theory, minus any examination? You heard a fragment of our conversation and came straight to this truth.
Yes, that's where the thinking started. I took that hunch and, with some deduction, straightened out the story. Any other possibilities do seem very unlikely. After all...
How exactly does your brain work? Thinking of this off the bat isn't the act of a sane person.
Not the act of a sane person. Hanakawa used words that were unusually strong for her, but her facial expression made it clear that even they weren't enough.
You arrived at the same truth in the end, didn't you? In that case, what right do you have to say that? You're just as bad as me. It's just a matter of speed. There's no definitive difference between me and you. And isn't Miss Oikura the one acting the least sane?
She is by far the least sane one here.
Hanakawa said nothing in response. Even though she'd been told that her classmate Oikura wasn't sane, what was going on here? What was this truth that Ogi then Hanakawa arrived upon?
Araragi. We can't.
Hanakawa said this facing me, but not looking at me.
We can't. There's no way we can tell Miss Aikura. I know you wanted to give her the truth. No matter what, I know you said it's your duty, but even you're going to change your mind once you hear this.
Change my mind.
You can't do that, Miss Hanakawa. You can't indulge the foolish. You've got to make him think for himself a bit. He'll be a fool forever, otherwise, no matter how much time passes. We need him to come up with it, too. The truth of the matter that's sickening even to come upon.
It seemed this was letting her get over everything with Hanakawa, even her large breasts. Ogi may have lost the battle, but making Hanakawa come up with this mad truth was enough to satisfy her. But what could it be? A truth that's sickening even to come upon. A truth we can't tell Aikura. A truth we can never speak. Was there really anything we couldn't tell Aikura after all she'd already gone through? Something that surpassed, that undercut the status quo? So you want me to come up with this awful truth, but...
Hint 1. Miss Oikura's mother is already deceased.
Okay, that was one of the possibilities I'd considered. But why did Ogi, then Hanakawa, come to that conclusion? She's dead, which means, okay, Oikura's dad killed her mom or something, and this led to her bizarre disappearance, the way she vanished as if she'd been spirited away.
Completely wrong. You're so kind. That's the worst possible truth of the matter you can think of. All right, Miss Hanakawa, please go ahead with hint 2.
Me?
Yes, I opposed you over your chest, but we share a common interest in wanting to educate him, do we not? Let's work together to teach him. You're even acting as his home tutor, aren't you?
A brief silence, and then... It...
Hint 2.
Hanekawa must have decided that while keeping the truth from Oikura was one thing, she couldn't hide it from me as well. Still, it seemed like she'd been given a difficult role, like she'd sooner play the villain. I needed to arrive at the answer quickly to spare Hanekawa, but
Just as you mistook Miss Ikura's home for an abandoned one when you were in middle school, Miss Ikura misunderstood something herself. She misunderstood something about her mother. She still does.
Oh, Miss Hanekawa, you're giving him too many hints. I did too, in the first chapter. But how indulgent. You're oh so indulgent. You must be the one to blame for hammering.
though she said Hanekawa had given me too many hints, I still didn't have any idea. The worst possible truth. The worst possible truth. The worst possible truth. A misunderstanding. Her mother was murdered. And the culprit is Oikura, and she doesn't realize it. Or something? I tried saying the first thing that came to mind, praying it was wrong. There'd be so little hope in a truth like that, but if hopelessness was what backed up the right answer, was this it? Was this the worst possible truth?
Biz.
Ogi shook her head. I breathed a sigh of relief. This was no time to feel relieved, though. Because if that was wrong, an even worse truth lay in store for me.
Tell concede the possibility that Miss Oikura's story is entirely fiction, that she made it up from A to Z, and that really she killed her mother under completely different circumstances, but we'd never get anywhere if we started with such doubts. Yes, narrators can be unreliable, but at a certain point we have to decide to believe what other people say. Believe one another. We need to, don't we? Don't we, Araragi-senpai?
Her words rang so hollow, but she was right. So, if I were to believe Ikura's words, while also knowing that she'd misunderstood something, if there was any kind of discrepancy there.
Hint 3. Disappearing from a locked room does not necessarily mean escaping from that locked room.
As Ogi said this, she circled behind me again. She really did like taking my back. Disappearance and escape were different, true? For example, there's the classic mystery novel trick that had surprised no one these days. In fact, it'd be more of a surprise if an author innocently used it, where the culprit hides somewhere in the locked room together with the victim's body. The trick where it looks like he's escaped, when in reality he's still inside. In other words, when Oikura unlocked the door and walked inside, her mother was still there, and hid behind the door or something before sneaking behind Oikura to leave the house?
Boozed. What would be the point?
True. It'd be pointless. Why leave the room while Oikura was home yet out of her sight, when the house was empty, as she went to school? It was a pointless risk. The trick might be a possibility if her mother had been locked inside the room by someone else, but she'd shut herself in. Though this was a locked room case, it wasn't the kind of mystery that involved some sort of trick.
And 4. So, Araragi, if her mother passed away, why couldn't she find the body? Why does Miss Oikura continue to treat her mother as missing?
I'm sure it was by design, but it was as if Ogi had set up a situation where she and Hanekawa, two towering talents, took turns attacking me. I really wanted to come up with the answer since I knew this was the last thing Hanekawa wanted to do. But if nothing was clicking in my brain, was it because my brain was refusing to click? She couldn't find the body. In other words, Ogi's roundabout way of saying she knew where Ikura's mother had gone off to for the most part must have meant she was dead, and likely somewhere in the next life. Or did for the most part also include her still missing corpse.
Hint 5. There are some things that even an excellent listener like me won't fully get from a tale told orally. While I may have only heard it secondhand this time around, I doubt I would have understood the exact details about that from Miss Waikura's story, even if you'd picked me to be your partner. Thus, our investigatory fieldwork ought to go beyond interviews to include good, old-fashioned legwork in the form of an on-site survey. But what exactly could I be talking about?
Hint 6. Miss Ikura had no time to clean up at her previous house. It was full of trash.
Hint 7. Her mother suddenly disappeared one day. Suddenly, on that day. So what about the day before that?
Ogi wasn't pausing either. They were firing off hints at this fool.
Hint 8. Miss Ikura's mother had been left with a terribly weak heart and mind when her family collapsed, to the point that she shut herself in, to the point where she lost the will to live.
Hint 9. Miss Oikura looked after her mother, but it seems that at some point she stopped eating entirely. Have you interpreted this entirely to mean she must have eaten at least a little bit? Have you decided on your own to go with a mild interpreter?
And 10, Miss Ikura said that her mother stopped responding entirely to anything she said, didn't she?
Hint 11, and that she stopped moving from her corner of the room.
Hint 12, she didn't eat, didn't listen, didn't speak, didn't talk. Would you call that living?
Hint 13. Really, could a middle schooler care for a parent who'd shut herself in over a span of not just months, but years? Caring for a corpse might be another story, of course.
Hint 14, I wonder how long the human corpse retains its form.
Hint 15. The answer to hint 5 is the smell. Smell is just so hard to pick up on through an interview. You didn't get much of a sense of smell from Miss Oikura's story, did you? Taste is another very sensory thing, but we have a wide variety of ways of describing taste. Sweet, spicy, sour. For smells, we really just have good smells and bad smells. Aside from that, we're only left with direct comparisons. The smell of roses, the smell of rain, the smell of milk, the smell of rotten eggs, the smell of a rotting corpse.
Hint 16, but a house packed with trash might envelop it all, even if there was a corpse there, and even if that corpse was in the process of rotting, the neighbors might not notice.
Hint 17. Hint 18. Hint 19. Hint 20. Hint 21. Hint 22. Hint 23. Hint 24. Hint 25. Hint 26. Hint 27. Hint 28. Hint 29. Hint 30. Hint 31. Hint 32. Hint 33. Hint 34. Hint 35. Hint 36. Hint 37. Hint 38. Hint 39. Hint 40. Hint 41. Hint 42. Hint 43. Hint 44. Hint 45. Hint 46. Hint 47. Hint 48. Hint 49. Hint 50. Kit! Get it already! I shouted, or wailed. I was nearly shrieking. You're saying that, for most of those 2 years, Oikura was taking care of her mother's corpse, until it fully rotted, until it was so fully rotten that it disappeared, and that she never noticed. Yes, that's right. I'd overlooked the truth during the class council meeting 2 years ago, and in that derelict house 5 years ago, I still couldn't remember my childhood friend from 6 years ago. And so, I couldn't run now. I couldn't avoid it now. I had to face it. Sodachi Oikura's tragedy, Sodachi Oikura's madness. That's what it means to move forward, what it means to properly face Oikura.
A brilliant answer. Look at that. All it took was some effort, arriving at the truth of the matter after a mere 50 hints. You might be a fool, but you show some promise.
Promise. No, Ogi actually seemed impressed as she clapped with joy, as if she were offering me her unqualified praise.
Yes, so in that sense, Miss Oikura's mother didn't disappear suddenly. She disappeared gradually. After refusing to eat, she gradually starved to death and gradually began to rot. And once she decomposed to the point that her body was unrecognizable once it had fully melted into the room, Miss Oyukura realized that her mother had gone somewhere.
Ogi continued, as if she were making an aside.
TTT's like water evaporating. She hates water that thinks it made itself boil. Was it? Well, you can say that her mother did make herself boil.
Water?
Have you ever kept bell crickets? Well, I like the sound they make. This is back when I was in elementary or so, though. Anyway, you feed them with cucumbers. Bell crickets just love cucumbers. I'd check in later to find that the cucumbers had vanished and think, wow! Bugs have such incredible appetites! But apparently it was something else. Cucumbers are mostly water, so they just evaporated and gone all thin.
Oh, and also, the bell crickets were wiped out because they ate those rotten cucumbers, Ogi said, tacking on an unnecessary and unpleasant bit of detail.
Miss Oikura's mother? Also evaporated humans do have a lot of water in them after all. Disappearing into thin air and evaporating. They end up meaning the same thing here, in an ironic twist, but that solves the case of the locked room, as well as the 2 locked doors. In that case, it's only natural that the front door and the room were locked. Her mother never left the room in the first place. She hadn't vanished like smoke. She vanished like water.
But humans aren't made entirely of water. What about the rest? It was all I could do to pose that question, but Ogi simply answered. Didn't I suggest something about that at around hint 29? The fact that there haven't been any real problems until now, she stated plainly, must mean that they dealt with her alongside the garbage when they dealt with a house full of trash. She spoke plainly about a human being disposed of alongside trash.
TTT might even be the case that an environment like that helped speed along the decomposition of a body.
Then what? It was suicide by starvation?
Wonder. She may have lost her will to live, but I don't think you call that suicide. Losing the will to live and wanting to die are 2 different things in the human heart. But, I'm sure people will be split on this. Shall we take a majority vote? What do you say, Miss Hanekawa? There's no way, right? A mother would never choose suicide and leave her daughter behind.
Hanekawa didn't answer. Ogi must not have known. How could she? She said she didn't know anything, so she must not have known that Hanekawa's birth mother did just that, commit suicide and leave her daughter behind. She could never have asked that if she'd known.
All I think is that Miss Oikura ought to live her life not knowing about this and never knowing about it.
Yes, it would be better. But I bet a little part of her must think that something is strange here, which is the reason she asked you two to investigate. Why did she ask you to find her mother? That's why. A feeling that something is off, that she's covered something up, a feeling that she's pretending not to notice something. She must have had those kinds of thoughts for the last 3 years. And she will for the rest of her life, too.
No, until today, Tim telling her. I'll be the one to tell her. I'm going back to Ikura's room right now to tell her everything.
What?
Hanekawa raised her voice in shock, and while Ogi didn't, she looked surprised as well. Personally, I didn't think I was saying anything surprising. I was just going to do what I needed to do. That person from town hall must have left by now, so I'll go by myself. You two can just wait here.
Araragi, are you serious?
TM, didn't I just tell you? I've been ignoring Oikura for all this time, for over 6 years. I haven't been able to look her straight in the eye, just like she wasn't able to face her mother's death. That's why I can't neglect Oikura any more than I already have.
There's no telling what might happen. Araragi-senpai, Miss Oikura might end up hating you even more than she already does.
Don't worry, she can't hate me any more than she does now. Even if she can. If she's able to love herself through hating me, I'd prefer that. Then I began walking to Oikura's place. Not to apologize, not to atone. To speak. To tell. Yes, I was going to teach her. As her senior just a few steps further down the road to happiness, I would teach her how to get started on it. Of course my pupil was the highly gifted Ikura. Once she had the basics down, she'd surely overtake me. Even when it came to happiness, not that it was a competition. If she overtook me, I could just start learning from her. We could learn from each other, each of us teaching and furthering the other. We could hold study sessions. We were as foolish as people could be. But why don't we get smarter together? Let's be as happy as we should be.
Is that really how you're going to repay her kindness with malice?
I could hear Ogi's voice from afar, and it made me think. Even if it was malice, I was so glad I had something I could give back to Ikura. The epilogue, or maybe the punchline of this story. The next day I was roused from bed as usual by my little sisters Karen and Suki and headed to school as I did. I asked my sisters something. I was able to hide her name from them because it had changed in the interim, but I asked them if they remembered a girl who had stayed at our home back during elementary school. Neither of them remembered. Just as I thought that's how it goes, it turned out the circumstances were different. There were so many children like that during so many different periods that they didn't know who I was talking about. It seemed I had many other forgotten childhood friends. I was disgusted with myself. I felt embarrassed about ever saying I wanted a childhood friend who'd come to wake me up every morning when in reality I'd had so many childhood friends. There'd be no point in hating myself any more than I already did though. Oikuro would hate me plenty. She ended up not coming to school. I went to school that day but didn't find her there. While this meant she'd scrapped our promise, I couldn't exactly blame her.
Like I said earlier, they were just barely overlooking my situation, and they said no more.
I'd returned to her single occupancy room after all that.
The person who came from town hall told me that I can't keep living on my own. They said they're going to cut my assistance by about half, so I can't keep living here. Apparently, a family is going to live here next, but that's fine. It sounds like they found public housing that's a little smaller, so I'm going to move.
I'm going to transfer out of Naoetsu High, she said. She was shockingly calm. Could her strength have left her after the conversation with Town Hall, with her life alone coming to an end, with this announcement that it was over? No, that's not it. It was probably how Oikura was when it was just the two of us talking like, over summer break during our first year of middle school. I understood now that her violent behavior in class was forced and a way to threaten people because she was in public. She was the type to get flustered in crowded places. In that sense, Hanakawa made the right decision when she tried to get me to visit her alone. She also briskly accepted all of our speculation about her mother when I told her, and it was almost deflating.
Oh, yeah, I should have known.
It was how I'd reacted in the locked classroom when Ogi said the culprit was Komichi Tetsujo. So she more or less knew? Unconsciously? No, probably not. She might have said the same thing no matter what. She should have known. Those were her thoughts on life.
T knew I'd need to leave this town soon, but just as I found out, I went to school because I learned that Tetsujo would be taking time off. I thought that something might happen, that something might change. Then,
did something happen? Did something change? Maybe nothing did. Nothing changed. Maybe she only grew to hate me more. In the end, maybe she should have known. We spoke for a little longer, and I went home. I didn't stop anywhere on my way back. So, to summarize, telling her, my childhood friend, the truth did nothing to improve our relationship, but it didn't do anything to make it worse, either. She would suddenly disappear, just like 6 years ago. Just like 5 years ago. Which is why I headed to school without any concerns about running into her in class. I walked over as always, but as I did, the rousing sound of a bike's wheels began to catch up to me. It was Oge. So she gracefully biked her way to and from school. It was a pretty nice bike, too.
Hi, Araragi-senpai.
Hi! Ogi, why'd you leave before I got back yesterday? I told you to wait.
Miss Hanakawa said we ought to leave.
Why would Hanakawa say that?
She meant it in a nice way, like we ought to give those two some space.
No, she wasn't being nice. I left her apartment pretty soon, you know, but you weren't anywhere to be found in that plaza. Do you have any idea how surprised I was? Whatever. It wasn't serious enough to criticize her over. I wonder what Ogi and Hanakawa had talked about. While I doubted they hit it off, I wish the two could at least come to some kind of understanding.
T was the loser yesterday. I'm sorry. To be honest, I underestimated you. I was convinced you'd run off with your tail between your legs. You showed me some guts that I didn't know you had at the end there.
One don't really understand your standards when it comes to wins versus losses. You got me worked up, and Hanakawa too. What were you trying to do? A basic question. TT kind of strikes me as strange. Just as soon as you transferred here, Tetsujo went on maternity leave. Oikura started coming to school, and then she went off and transferred just as suddenly. All these things that had come to a pause, these things we were pretending not to see, have suddenly started to move again, as if we suddenly remembered them.
Huh, Miss Oikura's gonna transfer? I didn't know. I did think she made a good casting choice. In a way, she was like the origin of all the heroines we've seen so far. I guess you could say she had the perfect character to get you all shaken up. Still, not everything went according to plan. That was a miscalculation, or rather, a missed expectation, which is to say, you deserve the credit here. I did expect Miss Oikura to add a little more chaos to the mix, though. I hope things go well for her at her new school. I'm sure she'll be able to succeed in a new world where nobody knows her, and that's thanks to you. It's all thanks to you.
What are you doing here, Ogi? Do you live nearby? Feeling that we were going nowhere fast, I changed the subject.
Oh, you! Are you trying to figure out where I live? Remind me never to let my guard down around you. T was just looking for a lost child. That's where it all started, after all.
Looking for a lost child? What a strange thing to say. Didn't she mean she was lost and looking for the right way? I could show her the way to school if she didn't know it, I thought, but she'd already begun to pedal again before I could say anything.
T lost this time around, but if you'll allow me to be just a little bit of a sore loser, my first move was bonely exploratory. I managed to meet my goal of seeing how you'd act around a childhood friend, so you could even say that losing was the perfect thing for me to do if I wanted to maintain a balance. Do be careful. There's no guarantee things will go this well next time. Journeys at night aren't the only time in life when every new step is taken into darkness.
She pedaled off in the opposite direction from school. Was she okay? While I worried about her, it wasn't as if I could do anything. I decided to stop seeing her off and to head on to school. On my way there, I ran into Hanakawa. Or rather, she was there waiting for me at the school gates. She must have been waiting for a while, I thought, but when I asked, she said she'd only been there for about a minute, as if she predicted when I would come to school. The minute she was off must have been the minute I spent talking to Ogi. Did this mean that an invisible battle between Hanakawa and Ogi was still playing out? Whatever the case, I told her about what happened with Oikura.
See, that's too bad. I thought we could become friends.
Hanakawa did sound disappointed, but at the same time, she looked somewhat relieved. The sort of relief you might feel when you've escaped some kind of nightmare scenario, but I probably didn't know the nature of the nightmare scenario Hanakawa had in mind.
Well, I guess we should celebrate this new step in her life.
Yeah, Ogi said the same thing.
Could you go ahead and go to class, Araragi? I need to submit a notice of absence.
Yeah, sure. Wait, a notice of absence? Huh? What? Are you leaving now, Itsuhai too?
Nope, I said absence. You know how I'm planning on wandering around after graduation? I thought I'd go scout out some locations for that. Just a little trip around the world. I'm gonna be leaving you on your own for about a month, so take care of things while I'm gone, okay?
She was sure leaving a lot in my hands. And a little trip around the world? She made it sound like a lap around the athletic field. Yes, I'd heard about her graduation trip, but location scouting for it, methodical people's brains really do work in a different way. She far surpassed my imagination like an airplane flying overhead.
I'll be sure to say hello if I come across Mr. Oshino during my trip.
Oshino? I didn't see him going overseas too often. I had a hard time imagining him with a passport. Oh, but a trip around the world would include Japan, so it did at least seem like a possibility that they might meet. In any case, I had no reason to stop Hanakawa. She may have brought it up far too suddenly, but I guess it was just another example of her quick footwork. I felt a little sad to know I wouldn't get to see her for a whole month, but I did everything I could to let that not show, and send her off with cheer. Okay then, if you do run into Oshino somewhere, let him know we met his niece.
Yeah, well, that's basically what I'm trying to do.
And so, I arrived at my classroom, alone once again, and of course, I sat in my empty seat. The moment that I did, my cell phone rang. Uh-oh, I'd forgotten to turn it off because I'd met Hanakawa by the school gates. What a blunder. Phew, that was dangerous. Hanakawa would have been shockingly mad if it had gone off around her. New text message. It was from Senjogahara.
Dear Kyoko, you'll stop my fingers. Seriously, we're fractured. So, I will be going to school today after visiting the hospital stop.
Why write it like a telegram? The message might have started off cute, with that "Dear Koyo Koyo," but it said she'd actually broken her fingers when she punched Oikura. Well, she probably did deserve that level of comeuppance, which explained why she was going to the hospital instead of relying on my blood. It did seem like she would attend school today, though she'd be late. Did the thought that she might see Oikura never cross her mind? I still hadn't told Senjogahara about what happened, I thought, as the next message arrived.
Dear Y, A-OK, stop.
Yoko Yoko? Had she developed dyslexia? No. She must have just typed Koyo Koyo wrong. First the telegram-style message, then this. She amused herself in strange ways.
Miss Owaikra came to apologize to me this morning, stop. I forgave her, stop. I am. Okay. Now parenthetically, though my fingers are for subtured, stop.
These messages were so annoying to read. What? Oikura had gone to apologize? How did she know where Senjogahara lived? Senjogahara had entered a false address into the school's records, and as far as I knew, she hadn't corrected it. Oh, right. Oikura had gone to take care of Senjogahara back when she was sickly during our first year. Now that I thought about it, Oikura knew that Senjogahara would be going to college on a recommendation. If she knew that, did it mean she'd been concerned about Senjogahara even during her time? And Haze entered a first bigoted. Going to apologize, though. Oikura had apparently kept her promise to make up with Senjogahara. And since the issue was resolved, Senjogahara could come back to school starting today, whatever the case. Good. I needed to forward these messages to Hanakawa before she went off on her journey. Then the third message arrived.
Sorry for making you worry. Koyo. Stop. I will give you lots of sloppy kisses during our next date, so forgive me, please. Okay, stop. 3% X. I am a freck for your French. Kisses YO equals 4 3% 9 X 9 4. Stop.
How was I going to forward them to Hanakawa now? Just as I thought about putting my phone away, the fourth and final message arrived.
A message from Miss Aikora. Stop under your deshi. Says stop best fishes. It tiki.
Best fishes, hi Tiki. What kind of ending was that? Was she trying to say we should get fish at a Polynesian restaurant? And maybe Yako Yoko was part of that, some sort of South Pacific greeting. But no, it was probably just another typo, and she meant to say best wishes, Hitagi. Great, now I began to wonder if she'd misspelled anything else. Message from Miss Aikura? Under your desk? What could it all mean? I wondered, but tried feeling around under my seat anyway, and I found something stuck there. Something like a piece of paper, held in place with masking tape. I peeled it off and took it in my hands. It was an envelope, a thin, modern envelope, with a design on it that I couldn't remember ever seeing before. But while I didn't remember seeing it, the envelope did feel familiar. Couldn't I have found a similar envelope under a low table in a derelict house 5 years ago, during summer break? That envelope was empty. Feel alone told me this one held a note. The envelope may not have listed a sender or recipient on either side, but someone had stuck it under my desk. Sadachi Oikura. She'd kept every one of her promises. She must have come to school so early that even most of our teachers hadn't arrived yet, and she'd placed this envelope under my desk. The kind of girl who suddenly disappeared, without any warning. That was the kind of girl Oikura no longer seemed to be. A small change, but a change in her. It made me happy, but also a little sad, like she'd gone ahead and left me behind. In that case, I needed to prove that I'd grown too. Instead of tearing the envelope apart like I had 5 years ago, I opened it as carefully as I could and extracted multiple sheets of paper. Now then, did they contain a math quiz, or was it an uncharacteristic letter of thanks? Perhaps an insulting, abusive message. It could be all three. Let's take a look. I broke out smiling. Hey, what do you think it said? When I belatedly think about how unreliable human memory can be, I realize that forgetting something doesn't particularly mean that it's just gone for you. This isn't about how forgetting and losing are two different things, or how you might actually remember something you thought you'd forgotten. This is about cause and effect. In other words, even if you've forgotten all about learning how to ride a bicycle, it doesn't mean you're unable to ride one, and not remembering where you read something doesn't mean you're unable to make use of the knowledge, that kind of thing. Forgetting doesn't result in a chain reaction. Going into more detail would require discussing the difference between episodic and other types of memory, and conflating all that stuff when you talk about it really is a mistake to begin with. But when I close my eyes to that fact and think about it, I find it somehow encouraging that forgetting something doesn't mean it never happened. You could even say that it allows us to delude ourselves into believing that in this uncertain world of ours, some things are certain. Speaking of delusions, a bothersome type of case here is when you aren't forgetting something but remembering it incorrectly. In other words, you think you remember learning how to ride a bicycle, but the episode was entirely different, or you've mixed up a tome that dispensed valuable knowledge with another book, not impossible. And when it happens, what an uncertain place it makes our world. What is right and what isn't right? What is true and what isn't true? If my memory serves me correctly, or turning that phrase inside out, if my memory serves me incorrectly, having to check myself at every turn makes for a pretty miserable life. Maybe we should just chuck these doubts? And so, this has been part 17 of the Monogatari series. Volume number 17. I think it goes without saying that this is the longest NIS Yoisen series in history by a bit, but what a mess it all becomes once you get this far along. 17 volumes? You can't casually recommend that long a series, can you? Reading 17 books is quite a feat. As for the author, it gets daunting, and my pen threatens to flow less freely. That's why I decided to return to where I began and write this once more entirely, 100% as a hobby. Now, of course, it led to such an outpouring that the work ended up getting split into separate volumes. But the hobby-esque latitude there is nice in its own way. Tasteful, even. And so, this has been Owarimonogatari, Part 01, Chapter 1, Oge, Formula, Chapter 2, Sodachi Riddle, and Chapter 3, Sodachi Lost. Ogi Ashino, who spent second season shrouded in mystery, has finally started to take off the veil and even made it onto the cover. Thank you very much, VOFan. The end tale is moving on to its latter part, and I'll do what I can to keep there from being a middle part.